Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the CCS. My name is Thunder. I am joined by my wonderful color caster Sultan as we bring you the first inaugural game of the CCS Summer Lock-In. We are already into the draft. This is CB Rush versus TA Tropics, two new teams of the CCS, and we are already getting the bans. We got a Lulu ban by CB Rush, a Viego by TA Tropics targeting that jungle. Sultan, we're going to get these bans in, but I want to know, what are you excited about coming into this lock-in tournament?
Well, I think the biggest thing is that we have a lot of new teams. We have a lot of teams or a lot of players that haven't played in our league before, but we also have some players that are coming back. We have a
Mhm.
few on the side of TA. I think Hadio specifically was playing for TA Knight last split, which was a team that showed a lot of promise. I think Bronopoly,
Yes.
he was also a sub on the roster, so he's coming back. He didn't had the chance to show off his skills last time, but he'll have his chance here in the lock-in tournament. And for the bans, we see that TA is really focusing on the jungle champion pool. Cade really likes those champions, especially the Viego, I would say, would be his like comfort pick. And Kindred is
Right.
like just hard to deal with, a pain in
Yeah.
the ass champion.
Indeed. And so, we're seeing all these come through. We're seeing some more supportive bands, it looks like, out of CB Rush. And as you said, TA Tropics. TA is not a new organization to the CCS. In fact, they had two teams in the last split. But Tropics, a new team kind of formed, not formed necessarily around Hadio, but for those familiar with the CCS, Hadio is the mid laner from TA Knight coming in that we all know and love. CB Rush, though, I mean, let me give some props to these folks. They made semifinals at Amateur Worlds, and they've now come to the CCS to make it their stomping grounds. They made it as far as Goldfish Gaming, our spring split champions. So they're ready to rumble here. And I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that they're favorites for this Wednesday lock-in tournament, but they are definitely up there, I would think. Now, it looks like so far we have a total of 4 support bands. I'm very interested to see what CB Rush pick up first on the blue side, and it is going to be Udyr in the jungle.
Yeah. Let's start with the bans first. I think Lulu in general, I think when we look at the ADC pool, we see a lot of like Zeri, Twitch, Vayne again, like against these like more beefy team comps that we've been seeing lately. But
Right.
like Lulu has been really strong surfing, almost a three-way flex with mid AD and support, really hard to deal with. And I guess Tom Kench is mainly for maybe the top lane. Plus, it can be played with Senna. But Udyr is a really great pickup. He is still one of the strongest junglers. Really strong clearing, jungle clearing. And when it
Hmm.
comes to dealing, he's really not one of the weaker junglers for sure. And
Right.
the answer is Lilia, which can be flexed to top lane. But again,
Hmm.
she can indeed match Udyr's jungle clear and like match him in the tempo. Plus, she kind of outskills Udyr in the long run too. So a
Yeah.
good answer from TA.
Absolutely. The burst damage out of Lilia is pretty scary once it gets to that late game stage. That will most likely, I think, be going into the hands of Bernapoli, who is actually like, has played a lot of top lane and is, plugging into jungle for TA Tropics. But there have been several top laners after, the durability patch, like Mordekaiser, Wukong, Lilia, those types of things that have moved into the jungle. So I'm sure Bernapoli is very familiar with that. But we do see the Nautilus pickup for King Roly down in the bot lane, their most played champ in solo queue. And then we also see the Vel'Koz, and that's the misfortune coming out of CB Rush. This draft just got very exciting very quickly, I feel.
Yeah, and like Volkov's pick specifically is something that Rutledge pulled out a lot, especially like in playoff series. I think in their finals run in the BOL Platinum League last split, but like they won the league and went on to Worlds. He was
Hmm.
playing this Volkov's pick a lot. Really strong DPS champion, the true damage plus the Liandry's, he just melts down these tanks if he needs to. And the MF just really solid ADC pick. Like you
Yeah.
really can't do wrong with MF. You just need to press your ulti. I'm not sure into the Nautilus because like the death charge also like can just
Yeah.
break down your ultimate. But if he positions himself good in these team fights, MF is always a scary champion to play against.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see who these two champions, who a lot of their impact can really be felt around their ultimates, where they just kind of stay in one spot for a little bit and just shoot out a beam of damage. I'm very interested to see how that's going to do into Nautilus, Ornn, even the Lilia with the potential to put somebody to sleep. So definitely keep an eye out for that. But we do now know, unless something really funky happens, Tropics, Lilia will be in the jungle and Ornn will be going into the top lane. We now see a Camille and a Fiora ban, as well as a Kaisa ban. A lot of respect getting paid to Pip up in the top side of the map.
Yeah, Ornn is just like especially after the durability update. He's one of their strongest top laners.
Hmm.
He when it comes to scaling, he gives items to all of your teammates.
Yeah.
It's just like a almost unmatched in the top lane. How you match him is like the picks they just ban, like just true damage dealing split pushers, Camille, Fiora, really strong. Banning the Camille also like helps your ADC a little bit, especially with the Hextech ultimatum. In these team fights, it might be hard for your ADC to get away when you get caught by the Camille. And Fiora is just like a menace in the side lane. Good bans, and the ban coming from CB Rush for the Kaisa is also really smart. Not
Hmm.
letting them pair up the Nautilus with the Kaiser, probably the best synergy bot lane that both of them have. But
Right.
the answer comes as Jin, and it's probably a really good pickup because they already have the kind of the DPS coming from Lilia. as-
Hmm.
If she wants to go like the Leandri's demonic build, which is the most common build, she does a lot of DPS. So Jin just sitting in the back line, just using his ultimate and just like four shotting the enemy carries will be more than enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And so now it looks like they were kind of saving Hadio's, mid lane pick for that last R5 round. I mean, maybe they were thinking that somehow Insanity would be piloting the Vel'Koz as the support, but it actually looks like that is going to be a set top. Now, longtime fans of the CCS know how much I love set, but I will say, Sultan, I am no longer shilling for lethality set top. All right. That's off the table. The durability patch killed it. Now the only real way to do it is Predator Chem Tank build. Okay, I want Predator. Look, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm just very excited to see the set in this composition.
I just can't wait Pip to like he has our stream open and he's like, oh, maybe I should try this build. But you know, like I think when you're playing set into a tank, whatever you build, like if you get to use a good ultimate on one of these tanks, hit them onto the carries, that just alone is just so much damage.
Yeah.
As someone who played set before myself, that champion does really well in these team fights, especially into Ornn. Like he can go in, use his ultimate to interrupt Ornn's own ultimate, at the same
Yes.
time getting closer to the Jin, not making sure he doesn't get these like really good positionings for his ultimate.
Yeah.
And the answer from TA Zari, probably the one of the best mid laners for a long time now, especially after like the mini rework that she received
Hmm.
a while ago. Like the ultimate stacks, the resets, it just keeps the team going in these team fights, and the pick potential already they already have the Nautilus, and like Ari just like is a cherry on top for them.
Yeah.
Looks pretty strong.
Yeah, they'll definitely be able to like they'll have their pick of the litter, it feels like TA Tropics will have kind of where they want to go, what they really want to play around. But I mean, it's exactly what you're talking about with that set. Like that is a free delivery system onto that Jin, but there's plenty of other damage sources. So that set pick for Pip is going to have to get really creative, I think, in terms of what looks to be kind of two meatball comps that are just going to end up running into each other. But a little bit of as teams are getting their picks locked in, I don't think we're going to see anything crazy. We'll give a brief rundown of the format of this tournament. We have 10 teams, I believe, if I counted correctly. All right, don't trust me, I don't try to do math on stream. All right, it is best of one, single elimination. There's going to be 4 total rounds, culminating in a grand finals. Every team gets one chance to win, and well, not one chance to win, one chance to lose, multiple chances to win. So keep your eyes out. A bunch of other teams are playing off of stream. We'll try to keep you updated as those results roll in. But that being said, this is the game that we all need to be paying attention to right now. And Sultan, it's just the draft. We don't have any results that we can really look to other than, past splits. Who do you think is going to take this game one? I want the prediction.
Um, I think just off the draft, I favored CBs a little bit better, just because the team fighting seems a little stronger. They
Mm-hmm.
have the answers to stop what TA wants to do in these team fights. The set to stop Diorn plus like pressuring the Gen. The Vel'Koz and MF ultimates will make it really rough for Ornn, Lilia, and Nautilus if they get caught up in the front line. They're
Right.
just gonna be melted really fast. So I really like their comp, but this is not like unplayable for TA. But I favor CB Rush for this game.
You know what? We'll take it. We'll take it. I will have to go with the other side of it, unfortunately. Look, set, love of my life. I can't do it anymore. I've been playing a bunch of Lilia in solo queue. My support main is Nautilus. All right. I'm going with TA Tropics. I don't have any fancy reasoning. I just like the champions. But we will be back in just a couple of minutes. We'll take a brief delay for spectator break. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere for game number 1 between CB Rush and TA Tropics. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Welcome back. This is the first game of the CCS lock. And once again, if you are just tuning in, my name is Thunder. I am joined by Sultan, and we are bringing you the first matchup between CB Rush and TA Tropics. Whoever loses this one goes home for the evening, folks. That is exciting. I mean, there's a lot of stakes on the line, a lot to prove here, Sultan. You know, this is both these teams' first appearances in the CCS.
Yeah, and I think especially for Rush, it's a bigger one. Although they might not like just shit off the gate, like not one of the best teams on paper. Like it's just historically the Rush team did win most of the leagues that they joined. But this might be just like a statement tournament for them to like just show, yeah, we're here. Just like as always, we're here to win. This is not going to be a league that we play on the side. And for TA, it is a team that I think formed pretty new, like just recently, or at least for this tournament specifically. So they're here to show that like they're a strong team. I don't think a lot of people have them as like a championship contender at the point. So like just having a really good lock and really shows how strong you can be. I think we saw it from Hard at Zone.
Hmm.
last split in the lock-in, and
Yeah.
maybe TA will be the hard hat for this one.
Potentially. I mean, we definitely hard hat zone. They made it to Wednesday finals of the CCS last split. I'm pretty sure they are back in action here this split as well. So we'll get to see them at some point, be it this week or next week. But we're already getting scrapping all over. These teams are ready and raring to fight. They're not holding back. They are going for the trades. But I'm interested to see where the junglers are going. It looks like Cade will be going from the top side to the bottom, and Bronopoli will be going the opposite direction, ending up on the top side. Now, Sultan, one thing I do want to ask you kind of about like the Lilia versus the Udyr clear, that you said that they Lilia can kind of contest the Udyr a little bit in terms of time. Are these both junglers that really like to go on those full clears, or do they more kind of want to get to that level 3, level 4, and then go for the gank?
I think both of them want to just finish their first clear, at least the initial one. They want to just get their full clears in, unless like one of the like laners, the bot lane or the top lane, just overextending really hard to a point
Right.
where like it's a free gank. But I would assume both of them will just like go for full clears. Udyr, of course, a little faster, a little better clear, especially in the early levels, but will be able to catch up after finishing some items, getting some levels into the queue, and just start one-shotting these camps. But I think for the early game, we just not expecting a lot. I think
Yeah.
Pip needs to be careful because he doesn't have TP. So if he potentially dies here, he would just be really bad for his laning in general. Just not being able to TP and like taking the ignite, going for the lane dominant summoner spell, and just not being able to win your lane with it.
Yeah.
It will
Yeah.
be hard for him in the late game, either way.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting. Any potential split push pressure won't really be able to be there, but Cade looks like is coming in for a gank, an aggressive flash out of Insanity, and that is a quick first blood before 4 minutes. Cade on the board.
Yeah, and like just good synergy with the jungle support there. Uh, just face checking the bush as the ADC there, just with the potential of the enemy jungle being there, I think it's just like really risky. But like,
Yeah.
well, they took the risk. It didn't really pay off. And the first blood going to Udyr, it's better than the prom. Of course you want it on the MF, but I think the kill onto the Udyr will definitely not hurt. I'm assuming
Yeah.
he's gonna go for like a Sunfire build with like a little more focus on the damage, especially since he took the lethal tempo. Udyr, even when he goes tank, he does a lot of damage. So
Yep. That seems to be the case with both of our junglers and a lot of champions these days after the durability patch. Lots of health, hard to kill. Jur up here in the top lane is getting chunked out pretty consistently, but is not afraid to face down this set at all. Pip is the level up. Will be a little while until they get to level 6, so Jur doesn't really have to worry about that too much. Hasn't TP'd back to lane either, so Jur definitely using that health as a resource, it seems like, but for the time being, it looks like, the gold, other than that kill, has remained relatively even, although there is about a 10 CS lead in the jungle. I'm interested to see where the next action is going to happen. Drake has already spawned, but now the team is really moving towards the pit.
yeah, I would assume CB Rush having like some priority over that, especially after getting the initial kill in the bot lane. They will have, I would assume they would have the lane pressure to just go for this dragon. Obviously, the Udyr
Hmm.
being a little stronger with the first blood as well. Yep, and they're just gonna look for it here.
Of
The
course.
mid lane is in an awkward position for them though. Like Ari is pushing the wave in, so they don't really have that mid fight, but like they'll just take the dragon.
Yeah, they'll take it. They are more than happy to take it. Hadio is moving up towards the top side to get a little bit of vision, see what's going on up there. Does have the Spirit Rush online. Looks like the first to hit level 6. Rutledge has just ticked over as well. I mean, so far, it's been a pretty quiet game, and I think that's one thing that this durability patch, some people might not have watched any games, I think, as wild as that seems since the durability patch has dropped, and these early games just go so much slower, even outside of pro games. It's just these first 10 minutes can really, really slow down. Sometimes we'll see a scrap here or there, or, Paneer can face check the brush, but now it's just kind of harder to kill people, and a lot of people, it seems like, are just saying, all right, you know what? It's harder to kill people. Let's not even try. Let's not even take the risk.
Yeah, and I think it's not only that like people are harder to kill, is also the fact that like diving is really hard. Although I think they nerfed the turret damage down a little bit after the initial buff. Like
Hmm.
it's just still so hard to like just pull off a dive early on unless like you're super coordinated with the dive and like you just execute it perfectly. Maybe then, but like it's just super hard to make a dive, and
Yeah.
like for you to be able to pull that off, you need the right champions as well. Not like the lane setup is just not enough anymore. So
Yeah, and it seems like everything is just slowed down, but this top lane, and that top lane is not sped up that much. These are two meatballs just throwing punches at each other. Nothing too crazy at the moment. One thing to note, again, Jur has not used that teleport, does have the ultimate online. Pip is getting chunked out pretty considerably here. This orange is just going to get a little bit more dangerous as they scale up, but again, adding to kind of the slower pace, it's not like Jur can go on a TP flank, but that is a route onto the Braum. The shield is proc. The top lane is being out again, but Hadio is here on the bottom side of the map, forcing a flash out of Glacial. The Ignite comes down from Roly, and the ultimates are traded on the top side of the map. Jur flashes away, but it's not enough. The Ignite takes him down, and now even more action on the bottom side. There we go. The Braum shield is back up. This is a four-man dive. The Drowsy comes through. Bernopoli is taking a lot of damage. A double kill on the bottom side. But now Cade is here, and down goes the Deer. That is 3, 4, I believe 5 kills that came across. No, just 4 kills. But Cade is hunting for that 5th one. This is just a Jhin, but the Deadly Flourish will keep him alive.
yeah, and it didn't go bad for TA for sure. Like Hadio did get the roam, they did get those kills,
Ignite
but
comes down from
I think
Roly, and the
the main
ultimates are
problem was the
traded on the
fact
top
that
side of the map.
Jer
Jur
wasn't able to outplay in the top lane, and while this was happening, Rutledge was just free hitting the mid turret. And like
yeah.
we see here, they actually coordinate this pretty well. Good sleeping lullaby into the Jhin ultimate, and but like they don't really have vision, so Cade gets one back for himself. And as I said, during this time, Rutledge was in mid, just pushing the minion wave and pushing to
Yeah.
towards the turret. And I don't think it's that good for TA Tropics. Like this play, like it wasn't bad, but I don't think it was as good as they planned it would be. Like the initial gank from Hadio wasn't as successful until Bronopoli came in and used his ultimate. So a lot of things burned, or a lot of time committed for them.
Yeah, that
But
is true. But it looks like they are coming back for more. Glacial very narrowly dodges out of the swirl seed, uses the ultimate, but King Roly is there and picks up the kill. Hadio wants to go in, but does not have a minion wave. He's taking a lot of turret damage. Braum throws up the shield, though. That time, the gank worked out, but Jur, once again in the top lane, Pip is duking out a ton of damage. This is exactly where Set thrives. Nobody has any mythics yet, but Pip is quickly on the way. So we'll have to see how this turns out. But, you know, now kills are even gold, though. Still 600 in the favor of CB Rush.
yeah, and I think the most impressive thing.
Oh, hold on. The charm comes through from Hadio, but here is a lot of damage from Rutledge. The ultimate comes through the Lifeform Disintegration Ray trying to do its job. King Roly goes low, but Pip is on the way, as is the Braum. Roly goes weak, and Rutledge takes them down. The ADC's on the bottom side of the map. We get a brief check-in down there on the farm, and all of a sudden, Jur's in the middle of 4 and just dies. Paneer takes down the misfortune, and I'm gonna be honest, this directed camera is taking us all over the map, but the kills just keep coming through at the end of the day. CB Rush are still up 1.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think it was a little unnecessary 1v1 in the bot lane for Glacial. Like you're already 0-2. Like Paneer's up in CS, up in kills, up in items too. So it was really unnecessary. But Rutledge gets picked out as well. There's
Yeah.
just like a lot of fighting in this game.
You know, I said I think they're watching the stream. I think they heard me say everything slowed down, and they said, "Okay, you want faster?" Because things have gotten very, very fast. And it looks like for the time being, though, the second Drake will be going over to TA Tropics if they want it. They're going to grab it up. Meanwhile, Cade is trying to take care of the wave in the mid lane, and the top laners are once again just duking it out. And, you know, right now there is no TP. Actually, the TP advantage is currently on the side of CB Rush. Hadio also picked up the Ignite and not the TP.
Yeah, I think the most interesting thing in this game right now is that although he died twice, Cheers up in CS, and like with TA's team comp, with them having the Lilia, the Ornn, when like their scaling is not actually half bad, all Ornn needs to do is like just keep up with the XP and CS, and he's kind of fine. Like him
Yeah.
just giving out a few kills, it's not the end of the world, especially when he gets to his level 13, 14, and like giving out these items towards his carries. Panir is in a really strong spot, the
Mm-hmm.
second person on the map to just finish his mythic after Rutledge. So that gen is really kind of set up for success for his team for now. We'll see if he can kind of deliver,
Yeah.
and I think he will.
I mean, that's, that is
Yeah.
essentially the goal. I'm going to be honest. My directed camera did not show me that one. I am so Glacial is dead. Used the cleanse as well. We are currently now back up on the top side of the map, but hey, you know what? You called it. Panir is definitely delivering, but I kind of want to step back to a point that you mentioned previously with Jur, is that we're getting a lot of work out of him from this Ornn mage tank. Just big old meatball, and Pip tries to get out of there, throws down the face breaker. The Drowsy comes through, and Jur and Bernapoli, they want to take him down, but the turret shots are ramping up. Cade is on the hunt now. This is an Udyr versus an Ornn, about equal HP for the time being, but Cade is slapping away. The Ornn goes down. It's a 1-for-2. TA Tropics got a little greedy.
Yeah, and I think they just didn't really. I don't know if the communication was a little just not there. I think because Bernopoli went in to tank the turret just to get the kill, and then Jer followed it up, but like just not really for a reason. He was just running under the turret, and especially after Bernopoli died, he was just caught up between the turret and the Udyr. So there's not a lot of playmaking you can do there, but
Yeah,
I
but
think
I
if
mean,
he plays this right, I think he wins this. Like, through the minions, if you don't land that charm, that Udyr will just like slap you away and like just
yeah.
chip away your HP.
Yeah, looks like Cade wanted to play it a little bit safer, but Bernopoli meets Pip in the jungle, face checks the brush into a set. King Rolly goes for a very aggressive hook and gets caught by just the tail end of the life form disintegration ray. Manages to walk it out, but Panir and King Rolly have very, very low HP bars. They're going to have to back here shortly unless they want to fall to this dive. I mean, just one strong hit from Glacial, and both of these, both these bot laners are definitely going to fall.
And Bullet Rain just came off cooldown, I think, so he could have maybe went for it, but he didn't risk it. Um, His last usage was really bad. Like he pressed it right before he died, so it went on cooldown, but didn't really activate either. But overall, it's looking pretty good for both teams. They do have their win cons, finishing their items. The Lilia being 3-2, on the other side, Vel'Koz being up in CS. Having the Leonjis completed this early in the game, the MF is kind of a question right now. He is going for the on-hit build, but
Right.
being on 4, he's kind of just behind compared to Panir. I'm pretty sure Panir is sitting on some gold, but he also has the finished boots plus the 2 longswords, so can't really say how much gold he has. I think Glacial got a lot of gold from the platings as well, so maybe the
Right.
gap is not as big as we think. But in general, a lot of items coming through. The Everfrost finishing for the Ari, the Chem Tank, the Gore Drinker coming for the top side for CB Rush, Pip. Finishing the Gore Drinker on that set, he's going to be really just sustain tanking the front line. And Zed is one of the best to do it,
Yeah.
especially with the True Grit, the shields, the stuns, the Gore Drinker, a lot of healing.
Indeed, but for the time being, we are once again focused on the bottom side of the map. King Rolly goes gold and pretty much neutralizes all the damage there, and Insanity gets drowsy, as does Glacial. They fall. Nobody has died yet, but the Life Form Disintegration Ray is doing just that. The Nautilus falls. King Rolly is down. Flash is expended, but Rutledge comes down to his doom. 3 for 1 on the bottom side of the map. TA Tropics, they're going to get this first turret.
Yeah, they're gonna try for it, but I think they need to be careful. Cade will be really fast with Ghost and Kemting. Oh, here he comes.
He was zooming. That is a dead deer. The Hunter getting the job done, and Panir falls as well. The red buff ticking down, and that was, I mean, you called it. Cade just went, like, just turned into the Flash there for a second with the Turbo Chem Tank plus the Ghost. Holy Jesus.
Yeah, that's just like what Udyr does. He just runs at you really fast and just smacks you with the Phoenix stance. And with the Chemtech's burst auto attack, that's just a lot of damage. Like when you just, especially when you're the ADC or the Lilia that is not that doesn't really have these tanky stats right now. Like we just see it again to Ghost, to Chem Tank, to stun, and then just keeping the auto attacks going. I really can't wait for the Udyr rework, to be honest. I feel like the champion is just the only thing you do is auto attack.
Yeah,
Like,
too simple, too straightforward.
at least give these men's auto attack a little more like animations and stuff. It's just like just too boring to like just watch. It's fun to play as a when you play. It's fun to play, but like
Right.
oh my god,
I'm
it's
remembering
not
back
fun.
to I'm remembering back to when Samira was first released, and they're like the side-by-side comparisons of like Samira's just ultra flashy, super highly animated stuff, and then Udyr just like slapping around. It was great. But now we are back in action, and the teams are slapping at each other. The Rift Herald does go down. It's in the hands of Bronapoli, but Life Form Disintegration Ray. King Rolly has gotten caught in this thing like 4 or 5 times, and Hadio walks into the waiting arms of Glacial. The ADC picks it up. Misfortune, first kill on the board.
Yeah, and like the team fighting is just gonna come through for CB Rush. It's really hard for the side of TA to kind of team fight into the team comp, and
Ooh. Okay, Bronapoli makes it out. Continue.
yeah, it's just gonna be really hard for TA to team fight. Like, there's Ornn, but like I think we talked it in the intermission. We kind of forgot to mention it. They do have the Braum for the Ornn ultimate, so like that's going to be an easy way to stop their initial engage if they want to go with the Ornn Horn. They do have the front line with Braum, Udyr, and Zed, so this Nautilus will not have an easy time to find a hook onto Glacial or Rutledge.
Right.
And in these teamfights, we're seeing the death ray coming from the Volcos just melting down the tanks, and it's gonna take some time for the side of TA Tropics tanks to pick up some MR, because on the enemy team there's still a Set, there's still an MF, there's still Udyr who does some AD damage. So it's going to be hard to itemize for that.
Yeah, and that charm was so close to grabbing Glacial. It was pixels off. But I mean, honestly, like, I mean, you kill Glacial again. I mean, there's not much difference between a 1-5 and 2 misfortune and a 1-6 and 2 misfortune. I mean, if you're TA Tropics right now, you're really eyeing that 6-0 and 2 Udyr with a 700 gold bounty on their head. Like, that is some absolute juice right there. But Cade is nearly impossible to kill, and Jur and Pip, they just keep going at it in the top lane. I mean, we're gonna keep seeing this over and over again, but it seems like, as this game goes on and on, there's a 5k gold lead right now for CB Rush. It seems like every time that this happens, CB Rush always ends out on top in just these little skirmish trades. Oh, Hadio. Oh no, wait, hold on. Maybe not. Misfortune ult doesn't get anybody, and Hadio, the great escape. Let's go. The double sleep comes through. Here comes the curtain call. Do they have the damage? Can they take him down? Cade gets behind the shield. Here comes the TP, though. Jur is arriving. He's going to get here before the set. Can the Ornn come through? Can the Horn come through? Indeed, it does. The double knockup is there. 2 more fall, but Pip is on the backside of the fight. Takes down the ADC, and Rutledge is still here. Slam dunk over the top. The show is stopped. A double kill for the set turns into a triple kill, and that is 3 for 3. That did not go the way that TA Tropics wanted it.
Yeah, they actually started the fight really well. They were kiting around the Udyr really successfully, and they did take Cade down. They did shut him down, but it's just Pip coming from a really good angle. Like, there's nothing you can do to it, and just the ultimate was just super well timed, just hitting all 4 members. The AoE damage was just enough. It was almost a pentakill, like
Almost.
it was close, but like you see, even the worst case scenario for CB Rush is at 3-4-3, and if that was a like set in stone team fight that they were able to set up for, I think it doesn't even go that close, and Cade just finished his Force of Nature, so it's even gonna be harder for these champions such as Lilia and Ahri to deal deal their damage towards him, and that's just
Yeah.
again more movement speed in the team fight, just more slippery. It's just such a hard champion to deal with at this point when he's this fed.
Yeah, and like we're starting to see that gold lead translate into item advantages. 2 items for all the important people, 3 for Cade on the side of CB Rush. Pip wants to go in, tosses down the face breaker, doesn't get the stun though. King Rolly has to flash out of there. And Jur on this Ornn gets knocked into the wall, but the stun comes through. Jur is alive, is still alive somehow, but finally falls. Bernapoli tries to go back in, but doesn't do nearly enough damage. Hadio tries to go in as well. They're going in 1 by 1. They've taken 1 kill, but that's 4 down. Panir has to run back to the base. That's going to be Dragon number 3 for the side of CB Rush.
Yeah, and this is kind of the problem you when the only winning lane for them for the longest time was Panir. Jhin is a strong ADC, but he's not the champion level. And he's not a hyper carry. He's more closer to like the utility type ADC, where he can like use his W for some like extra CC layering. The ultimate just being able to help from range, it's always good. But when he is your only way out, he needs a few more items to be able to do that. And with how the game is currently, MF is just doing way more in these team fights than Panir is able to do. So it's going to be rough for them to team fight. And I think the problem here that they need to be scared about is that the soul is the Hextech soul, and unless they can find something that will win them these team fights, the next dragon fight will probably just be game ending. The Hextech soul is just like super strong, like the side of CB Rush already having the superior team fighting, especially with those slows and extra damage. It's going to be just that much harder for the side of TA Tropics to play these team fights.
Yeah, especially if they're just walking in 1 by 1. It seemed like in that last fight there was some sort of miscommunication somewhere or something. And oh my goodness, King Rolly, get out of there. Spider not try to make it out, but Cade is here, has to commit the ultimate. That is a pretty big cooldown, and Baron is currently up. It looks like CB Rush, they want to clear out the vision here. This would be a little bit of an early Baron here. I'd be very surprised if they actually go for it. But instead, wait, hold on, maybe it actually looks like they are. Bernapoli is here, and it looks like are TA Tropics going to try to contest this, or is Bernapoli just going to have to hope for the steal?
Yeah, well, Bernapoli doesn't have the flash, but they do have the blast gun to go over the wall, and they can just do it like this.
Oh
but
no, King Rolly has to get out of there. They're starting to come in with the pinch. Here comes the curtain call. Pip is taking a lot of damage. That's the top laner down. A pretty big engage tool has fallen. It's 4v5 on the map. King Rolly effectively dead. Just 1 auto attack for pretty much anybody will take him down. And now, all of the sudden, TA Tropics, they have control over the river and control over the pit. Here comes the Oran Horn. The Life Form Disintegration Ray goes wide. The Braum Shield up now, a little bit late, but this is a choke point that TA Tropics are willingly walking into. Jur goes way ahead of the team, is ticking down, and Glacial gets the kill. Jur walked so far forward, didn't have the flash to get out, and once again, the numbers are even. Cade is on the way, gets the stun onto the Nautilus, who just walked all the way back from base, and that is 2 kills, a nearly dead Lilia. TA Tropics, they're going to have to back off. For the time being, it looks like they've stopped the Baron, but no, CB Rush, it looks like they want it more.
yeah, and the team fight actually looked good. I was like, that was a really good knockup that Jur was able to get with a Z, but like the format knockup doesn't really turn into anything because they did burn most of their like important cooldowns and like their damaging abilities earlier in the team fight, so they were not able to kind of finish that team fight off, although how good it started. And again, these team fights, although they don't look that bad for TA in the beginning, they always end up losing something in these team fights. They don't lose the Baron, but another team fight, and it's just gonna get a little harder from here, especially when this Vel'Koz finishes a few more items. Like, it's just going to be almost impossible for these tanks to kind of walk up without losing a decent chunk of their HP. He already finished the Horizon Focus.
Yeah. It just gets increasingly more dangerous. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I thought TA Tropics had, almost the scaling advantage, but like, if the enemy team gets to, the late game scaling while you're still in your mid game mode, It's not looking too good. Hadio wants to go in, though. That's a lot of damage on the Glacial, but Hadio is taking a lot in turn. Jur goes in, doesn't get any of the knockups. Here comes the bullet time, and Paneer has fallen without getting really any damage off. Jur is on the run, but Pip and Cade are here. These are the two best to lock him down. Jur has to flash over the wall. Cade and Pip, they start running away. They don't want to walk into this, but it's 4v5 on the map. No important objective has spawned other than the Baron still staying up. It looks like CB Rush don't want to go for it for now, but again, TA Tropics, they try to go in, but it just doesn't happen. It doesn't work, and Cade is now charging forward. The Ornhorn gets blocked by Insanity, whose shield's facing the wrong way, but it doesn't matter. Jur keeps pushing forward, and the team can't follow up. That's 2 more kills, and now CB Rush will turn to the Dragon.
Yeah, and Paneer just spawned, but I don't think they can really contest this. They have to try. Bernoulli does have the flash to steal, but I don't know, it feels like it will be really hard. They do have the set as well.
Bernoulli just gets popped. The Dragon goes down. That is Soul. Hadio running for his life, but there's nowhere to go. Glacial started off 0-5, is now 4-6-9, is looking a lot better. That's 3 dead. That is Baron for CB Rush. It feels firmly in the world semifinalist hands.
Yeah, and like it all started with the initial pick, or like the pick attempt from TA Tropics onto Glacial, and Paneer Gale Forced in to finish off Glacial. He didn't get the auto attack off, and then he got picked off, and with that kill, it just made it really hard for TA to kind of force the team fight, but they're dead again.
Hold on, Paneer. Yeah, Paneer has already fallen. Insanity. Well, Paneer has. Okay, now Paneer falls to the smite. King Rolly is trying to make something happen, but again, this is a very, very slow Nautilus. Bernoulli arrives a little bit too late. The respawn timer just not there, and Jur was on the other side of the map. This is a Baron buff. Hold on, Hadio wants to go in, takes down the Vel'Koz. Rutledge is down. That's a pretty big damage source, but Cade and Glacial are still up. The bullet time is definitely active. It's currently 3v4. Can TA Tropics hold? They might be able to at least salvage the base. The Drowsy comes through. That's a double sleep. Cade gets weak and goes down to the Lilia burn, but Bernoulli gets pulled in and taken down. Pip now wants to push forward, goes for a double kill. Is this going to be a second triple? Jur is tanky, and it looks like CB Rush have locked this game up. They have the Baron buff. It's only Paneer and Rolly that can try to salvage this one. We'll see if they can do it. Glacial, Pip, Insanity, they all have the Baron buff. This is a double cannon wave. This is a ton of damage. Shin doesn't have great wave clear. King Rolly has taken a ton and just falls. The bullet time over the top. CB Rush, they are here, and they take a commanding first game in the CCS lock-in.
Yeah, and I think Pip's W just did like 1,000 or like 900-ish damage to Jer in the end, but yeah, really good game overall for CB Rush. It wasn't the cleanest. I think there were obvious mistakes that they did, but I think their comp was just like really hard to beat in these mid-game to late game team fights for TA Tropics,
Mhm.
especially the Udyr getting really strong early on, transferring his lead towards his team and like just bringing his bot lane back into the game. Glacial started 0-4, finished I think 5-6, 6-6, something like that, and him being able to like carry his team through the early game that didn't go as well, and just kind of leaving it to Rutledge and Glacial towards the end there.
Mhm.
Obviously, Pip, he had an incredible game. I think he kind of saved the game a few times in some of these team fights that looked bad for
Oh,
Rush.
yeah.
He kind of cleaned them up afterwards. So I think almost everyone on Rush just did what they had to do,
Yeah.
and they just came out on top.
Yeah, and just briefly looking at the stats, again, we're talking about, no, not digging on Glacial, but that was it was a rough start. Paneer really was having a good time in that lane. Ended up with the most damage to champions in the game, 31,000. That is over 7,000 more than the next highest damage in the game. So absolutely turned it on in that last like 15-minute span. So again, congratulations, CB Rush. Unfortunately, TA Tropics is out of the lock-in tournament. CB Rush will be advancing on to the next stage. Once again, it is still single elimination, and it's all happening tonight. We got 3 more games that are going to get streamed, 3 more rounds total. As far as I know, in our next matchup, we will be featuring one of our old CCS teams that's gotten a bit of a facelift. I'm pretty sure there's not a single member from last split that's on this one for Dorado Gaming Omega. We don't know who yet they will be facing, but we will figure that out shortly. That game will be starting soon. Never fear, we'll be going on a brief break. Don't go anywhere. 9 p.m. at the latest is when you need to be back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the CCS lock. And sorry about the delay. The game between Iridescent Dawn Frozen and Akuma Shurikens went a little bit overtime, but all you need to know is that ID Frozen ended up with the dub. And now we're looking at Dorado Gaming Omega, a team from playoffs of CCS last split that have returned, and Iridescent Dawn Frozen headlined by a couple of our own CCS members from last bit pulled out from their other teams, also from Frozen in the top lane and Dallas in the ADC, as well as Nubly in the jungle, Aquafelis in the mid, and Sokarch, I think I'm saying that right, in the support position. Sultan, how are you feeling about this game? We're into game number 2. How are things shaping up? Dorado, they had their first bye, so they're technically 1-0 for free.
Yeah, I I want to kind of talk about the ID Frozen team. Like obviously we have I think Elsa was an all-star top laner last
Hmm.
split. Nubly, he was listed as a sub for TA Knight's roster, but he's he was probably better than their starting jungler last split. He just didn't play. He was just like a sub just in case. He's a really strong jungler.
Right.
Alcophilic, he also goes by Watercat and other discords,
Ah,
I think. So, he's a really strong mid laner, a really good mage player. Also has some flexibility in his champ pool, and obviously the bot lane, the Dallas, like that Dallas was one of the. I think he was also another All Star ADC. If I'm not wrong, I might be
yes.
wrong, but
I'm pretty sure he was.
he's a really solid ADC.
Hmm.
And Sokarch, I would say he's an average support. I I've played against him when I was in
Right.
plat leagues, and I'm not gonna say he's like the best support I've seen, but he's also not the worst. I don't think
Yeah.
he's a bad part for this. He's a bad part of this team. And for Dorado, this is not the same roster. I don't think
No.
they don't even have a single common player.
Well, the
But
only the only commonality between this roster and the last split's roster is Hoshiumi, who was a substitute last split, has now been moved up to the main roster in the support role.
yeah, but like historically, Dorado usually puts out really strong teams, and I think
Hmm.
this team is nothing, just nothing to just sleep on. They're
Right.
just overall really strong players in most of their lanes, so I think it's going to be a really interesting match to look at.
I am certainly excited to watch. And of course, we're already deep into the picks and bans. All the bans are through. ID Frozen have taken away the Diana, they've taken away the Renata Glass, and they have taken away the Zeri. Meanwhile, Dorado, they banned Senna, Seraphine, and Volibear. And ID Frozen, this is our second Lilia. I mean, I'm expecting to see some jungle again, but, it's a little top lane Lilia. What coming our way wouldn't be too scary, but I'd love to see it. That said, Dorado Gaming, they get their pick of the litter for what they want to put into it.
Yeah, and again, we see the surfing ban. I think especially for when you have Watercat playing the mid lane, I think it's a ban more towards him than the bot lane. He plays it
Right.
a lot, from what I remember. The Zeri band, the Senna band, like just overall really strong ADCs. Renata is something that has been seeing a lot of presence. Like the ultimate alone just kind of counters a whole play style, which is like really hard engage. She is really well into it, especially to keep your hypercarry alive as well.
Right.
Just a really strong champion right now, and also the Diana and Volibear bans a few of the strong junglers. But the Lilia, we see it again. I don't think it's the type of top laner that Elsa would play. I think
Right.
he's I remember him as like a Darius player that will like just kind of take over team fights with a single reset. Not
Yep.
like Lilia, where like you're gonna just kind of play for the lane, scale a little bit, and farm. Trying to see him as a little bit more aggressive laners, but
Yeah.
not a bad pick at all. And then we see the Ezreal and J4 come through for Dorado, which are again decent picks in their roles in the
Yeah.
moment.
Indeed, we'll have to see how these drafts come together. But ID Frozen, I mean, look, we get Lilia Nautilus again. For a second I was thinking we were gonna get just a rehash of last game's draft out of TA Tropics, but no, the Corki is picked up. But another control mage mid laner this draft from ID Frozen. It seems like they took TA Tropics playbook and said, all right, you know what? we liked that. Maybe we'll just do it a little bit better. And we're going to have to see how Dorado Gaming Omega adapt and kind of round this one out. And it looks like the plan is to pick up a GP for Harmonica God up on the top side of the map. I'm really interested to see how this GP works in this composition so far. I mean, we kind of have, GP who usually to me, you play away from the GP, you let him use his ultimate across the map. And then we also have the Ezreal, which you also don't really need to like dump a ton of resources into in the bottom side. He's usually pretty safe. So I guess Dorado is saying, all right, you know what? We're just going to pull you around the map and play from the mid lane.
Yeah, possibly. But I think just ID's just choice of picking up the Corki is better. I think
Hmm.
last game with the Ari, they just didn't really had enough DPS in their team comp. The only
Right.
DPS source was just Lilia. The Jin was not enough. And Corki, especially when he starts getting those packages in these like objective team fights, it just makes it so hard for the enemy team. Whatever team comp you have, you just gotta respect the package. If you don't, you might just lose a team fight, even when you're up in gold. So
Yeah.
you just need to kind of respect that. And it's also a champion that can like kind of grab the mid lane prio decently easy, decent wave clear. And the GP answer is, I think I really like it. We don't really see it in our elo bracket where like GP is a little harder to execute as a champion, but
Hmm.
from looking at his OP.GG, he has actually a decent win rate on the champion at a like just 16 to 20 games, which is like a decent amount. You don't have to be a one trick to play a champion really well. He has like a
Yeah.
60% win rate on it. So I'm like GP is a blind pickable top laner, probably
Right.
the best one right now. So it
Right.
could pick up.
One thing that I'm wondering though for ID Frozen, I mean, I'm not sure if they just their draft plan came in and they weren't sure what to do with it, but they we have the Jarvan, we had the GP, and now they've banned Gwen and Mordekaiser. Frozen have now picked up Aatrox, which I'm pretty sure is Elsa's most played top laner, at least this split. Yeah, 153 games on it. So you are correct. That is not the Lily of top, but I'm very interested that ID Frozen still decided to invest two more bands. I mean, do you think the read is that this is somehow like a GP mid?
Well, it is not really undoable, and it looks like it might be a possibility.
What?
GP mid, especially with the lethality build, like the lethality crit build, it's super strong, a lot of burst damage coming through,
Yeah.
and he can kind of match Corky's scaling, like especially when GP kind of gets his crit items, he starts
Hmm.
just like doing a lot of damage to squishy targets. And we have the Lilia, the Corki, the Callista this game. And Nalus, although he does kind of as a tank, he doesn't get as much gold resources, so he tends to be a little squishier than your normal top lane tanks. But
Right.
like overall, like I think the GP mid pick is I think it's not that good because their team comp is full AD. But
Yeah.
it can work. I'm not gonna just say it won't, but
Right.
I kind of doubt it.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see, what these lock-ins are going to be. Last game, it was pretty much, we knew, right? We knew going into it where everyone was going to be, but between this, I mean, honestly, even the Tom Kench, I guess, technically could be a flex, but I'd be very surprised if that went away from the Ezreal. I'm just very interested in what Dorado's game plan was coming into this. I mean, they have a lot of health, but I'm gonna be honest, there are a couple champs on the side of ID Frozen, namely Callista. I mean, I say a couple. Literally all the damage dealers on ID Frozen are more than happy to just sink their teeth into some big health bars. So I really like ID Frozen's draft here. It feels like Dorado just, I mean, I don't want to say they drafted themselves into a hole, but this seems like a really difficult comp to execute, no matter where they put people.
And like although they have the J4, the side of ID Frozen, they do have the Corki, they do have the Kalista. These are champions that are fairly mobile and hard to get on top of.
Hmm.
Even if the J4 gets a good ulti, Kalista can jump out of it, and
Yeah.
Corki obviously having the Valkyrie can just dash out of it as well.
Hmm.
So I think it's going to be pretty hard. And uh, Wukong,
Okay. Well, look, they're
okay.
just hovering. They're just hovering. They're 100%. They're just hovering. So Wukong top. I mean that all but locks the J4 for the jungle. So and then GP mids. I mean, what's your opinion on the Wukong Aatrox matchup in the top lane?
Um, I don't know. It is that is one of the matchups that I don't really know about. I
Right.
I think overall, I don't know the lane, but I think this is a good game for Aatrox
Yeah.
because like I think later on to the team fights, he's gonna have a lot of melee champions that he can kind of lifesteal from. The core drinker will be really good value, and their team doesn't really have a lot of tanks. But when there's an Aatrox that is going back to full HP every single time, it's just going to be really hard. Especially the side of ID also having the rage advantage, with like having more ranged carries on their team. I think it's just
Yeah.
going to be pretty rough for the side of Dorado to kind of get on top of them. And again, if they do, there's still the Aatrox, the Lilia that you have to deal with.
Hmm.
I maybe this is like an AP Israel game. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they have an idea about this game. Maybe it's an APGP. The ultimate. It, it does a lot of AP damage when you go AP. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe
I'm
they go. Maybe they
yeah,
do one of those.
I'm trying to work through it here, and it's like, okay, you get the Jarvan Ezreal, that's like, Jarvan Ezreal GP, like, you know what, like that makes sense, rounds out in my brain. You're basically just doing like the hot pot thing where you put the Cataclysm up, you layer the GP ultimate on top of the Cannon Barrage, and then you're just Ezreal throwing Qs in there, trying to, just trying to take people down. But again, you mentioned Corki, Callista, highly mobile. They're more than happy to get out of there. So I'm interested to see how this Tom Kench and Wukong kind of, fit into this. But at least though those first three picks that Dorado had, like it makes sense in my brain. So we'll have to see if they can really execute on that. Is my question. But I mean, the thing is, the Corki and Callista can get out of the Cataclysm, and I'm not sure you want to be really in a Cataclysm with an Aatrox or even a Lilia. So it's kind of a weird pull here for Dorado. I think it could work out, but honestly, I think they just need to stomp the early game, and I think a lot of that pressure is going to be on their jungler, which Mooch is the in-game name. So Mooch is. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on Mooch. It seems to really make this work.
Yeah, and I feel like there like a few champions that are kind of hard to play for like Callista, the GP. It kind of requires a little bit more mastery on the champions. So
Right.
I think it will kind of come down to how good these players are, like, or like how comfortable they are on these champions. Ezreal too, like a lot of skill shots. Callista kind of more the mechanical side, knowing the champion how to utilize it, and
Mm-hmm.
GP kind of just knowing your power spikes, knowing your timings with these barrels, and I think those small things will come in pretty handy and like really important in this game specifically.
All right, well, we will have to wait and see who has the best mechanics, who has the best hands, and who is going to take this game, and who's going to go home in round number 2 of our CCS lock-in tournament for Wednesday. We will be back in just a couple minutes for a brief spectator delay. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, one and all. We are back for more lock in action. Once again, I am Thunder. This is Sultan, and this is game number 2 featuring Dorado Gaming Omega and ID Frozen. I'm ready to roll. The teams are ready to scrap. Looks like we have 5 members just running down the mid lane. They are ready for some action.
Yeah, and we see Hypnotic already forced to burn his flash. I don't think it's gonna bite him too much. They don't. The side of Dorado Gaming don't really have a really hard ganking jungle, nor the setup from the mid lane, especially early on. I don't think he's gonna like really feel that one.
Right.
But like overall, just good start. But I think Sokash did burn his own flash, and I would be careful for the J4 ganks, especially for him.
Right.
With Nolus not being the most mobile unless he gets the his Q towards the wall. If
Yeah.
he gets caught, it's almost for sure a kill. So it's going to
Indeed.
be rough.
Yeah, but the good news is that Hex Flash is there. It does exist for a reason. So Arch was definitely I'm in the mind of those aggressive support players. It's like, hey, you know what? I have Hex Flash. Who cares if I die? I want to get the kill. But both junglers are getting a leash this game. They're going to be heading up to the top side of the map, and I'm just so interested what this GP Corky mid lane matchup is going to be. Both players took first strike. So I fully expect to see a lot of aggressive trading out of each of them. Meanwhile, Harmonica God and Elsa from Frozen, they are just, once again, I mean, these top laners, they're not afraid to duke it out, man. They both, well, only one of them took Ignite, though, again. And this time, looks like we're going to have a permanent TP advantage. But Elsa from Frozen is getting chunked out pretty low. Harmonica God winning the early level 1 trades.
Yeah, and like especially with the Wukong, you get to dash in the extra attack speed, the armor stacking up from the passive. It's really hard for Aatrox to do anything, especially early on. And level 2.
That is very aggressive from Hoshi. Dallas is low. We're seeing flashes traded, but Joker is now underneath the turret. Manages to get away from it for just a second. Put the aggro onto Hoshi. The Ignite is ticking down, and Sokarch just barely gets out of there a pixel away from the Mystic shot.
Yeah, and that's a lot. That's almost all summoners burnt other than Hoshi's flash, and like none of the junglers are like pathing towards you, so they're kind of safe. But it was a good try from the side of Dorado. As soon as they hit level 2, they went for it. It was
Yeah.
really close. They almost made it happen, but after these level 2s come through, I think the Kalista will be a little stronger. Especially, oh, we see an mate.
Mooch is getting aggressive onto Nubali, taking a lot of damage to both junglers. Nubali is getting help from his friends. Watercat is here, but still might fall. Where's First Blood gonna go? It goes to Nubali. The junglers both fall for the time being. Harmonica God and Hypnotic Scruff, they are on the chase in the enemy jungle. Watercat has to flash Harmonica God with the bonk over the head. Corky goes down. 2 for 1, but First Blood in the hands of ID Frozen.
Yeah, they did grab the first blood, but they do give up 2 in return, and those kills went to the solo laners, and the first blood went towards the Lilia. It's not bad, but the Lilia going for the tier buy, I'm not sure. I haven't really seen a tier build with the Lilia, if I'm being honest, but
Yeah, no.
yeah, well, like the kills for the Wukong and the GP will definitely help. Yeah, like Hypnotic Scruff backs into a Sheen plus Cole. That's like a really good reset, especially in the early game for this GP. He's definitely gonna get the scaling in. On the other hand, Watercat did finish his own call, but like there's almost a 700 gold difference, like at least for the items currently, unless Watercat resets and comes back with items. So that's going to be really good for the laning phase, especially for Scruff.
Right.
And with him being in the lead, Mooch can just go for these aggressive plays. He's throwing ink. Oh, good knockup.
Hoshiumi wants some. Joker is here. That is 1 down. Can Dallas get out of here? Looks like they will, but that is Sokarch down. Another kill going over to Dorado. The gold lead, still only about 300 for the time being, but Joker is going to start to free fire on this turret.
Yeah, and they're just bullying Dallas out of the lane. He can't really step up right now. knowing that Hoshi's in the bush and Mooch is taking the jungle camp, he just can't really do anything, just losing EXP, losing CS. And I
Yeah.
don't think Sokach being here will change a lot. They need some help from Nubly, but Nubly is taking the enemy Krugs and they just keep getting zoned out of EXP.
Yeah, Dorado, they're playing with so much confidence. I mean, they have yet to play a game. ID Frozen, they did. I mean, ID Frozen are coming off of a win, but I mean, honestly, if I'm watching this game and I don't know what the records are exactly, I would think Dorado just absolutely stomped somebody, and maybe they had a scrim or something, but they are playing with absolute confidence right now. This is the exact type of thing you love to see. And we were talking about kind of how this team comp, I wanted personally to see some action out of this, see Mooch make something happen. Already has 2 assists, has been really active throughout the map. I mean, this draft is weird, but this is the way to make it work.
Yeah, and when we look at their items, all of the carries that Dorado has, they all have their sheens completed this early in the game. Like, these are good timers for them to like keep up with their items. They The side of ID, they do have some CS leads, the mid lane, the jungle. Obviously, the Lilia has been more focusing on the jungle clearing more than the ganks, but the
Right.
bot lane is just not going in their favor. And I think it's going to be like that until they hit level 6, the Kallista's ultimate, and the depth charge will be pretty crucial for their 1v1s. But Hoshi has been really good with these Tom Kench knockups.
Yeah, Nubly is here. Harmonica God
Oh,
procs the Cyclone. Nubly's taking a ton of damage. Harmonica God in the 2v1 takes one down. Elsa from Frozen has popped the World Ender, but with a little help from a Cannon Barrage, Harmonica God tries for the 2v1 and almost gets it, but Elsa from Frozen manages to salvage it right at the end.
yeah. Really good play from the Harmonica, and good ultimate to help him as well from Scuff, but
Yeah.
I think that if that kill went over to Harmonica God instead of Elsa, I think that would have just been like just doomed in top lane because like
Oh
3-0
no.
start would be really rough, but Noodly needs to be careful.
Exhaust is used. The drag comes through after the flag, and Nubly is pushed off the red buff. Is thinking about coming back in. Sokarch and Dallas are coming in for the pinch. It's currently a 4v3. Hypnotic Scruff is on the way. Glacial Augment comes through. That's a lot of damage. Watercat takes down the J4. That is the flash that doesn't really get anywhere, and Hoshi Yumi falls. Joker on the other side of the wall falls to Dallas, and Hypnotic Scruff now alone manages to blow up one, but that is a 3-for-1. ID Frozen, they turn it around with a clever pinch.
Yeah, and especially Noobly hitting level 6 after that, just getting the red buff, that kind of dooms it for the side of Dorado. They're just stuck there with the Lilia, a huge 3-man ultimate coming through, and Dallas is just like hitting Joker in the back, and like Callista in the 1v1. He will not lose Ezreal unless Joker plays it perfectly, but like there wasn't even a space for him to play that 1v1 there. And that kind of just turns the game around. That's a decent goal lead for the side of ID right now. It's like almost 1.5k right now.
Yeah.
And although Dorado did get a good start to the game, ID is just pulling it back. The CS numbers are not too far away in the bot lane. They do have a lead in the jungle and the top, so it's not going all too bad for ID after the kind of the rough start they had.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a Harmonica God, you're kind of like, yo, I have 2 kills. I'm down on CS, but like what happened down there? But the main thing is right now no TPs, and we still don't have unleashed teleports for another 5 minutes. But once we do, those types of situations where there's 4v4 on the opposite side of the map from the top laners, Elsa from Frozen is going to be able to come down and join him pretty much right away. And in the meantime, Harmonica God is going to have to come traipsing probably all the way from top lane unless they can break down these turrets. So we'll have to see. But those team fights in the later of the game, I think it's going to get scarier and scarier. But Mooch and Nubly, both junglers are up on the top side of the map for now. Just thinking about what they're going to do. The Rift Herald has spawned. Nobody is fighting over for the time being. But down here in the bottom side of the map, Joker's putting down a lot of hurt onto Sokarch and Dallas. But nope, I think even with those kills, it still feels like the Dorado bottom lane still have a little bit of control for the time being.
Yeah, I think for the bot lane, for sure, but I think the biggest problem is in the jungle. Mooch, he did give up some of his like camps so that he would be able to get these ganks off, but he only got 2 assists. He has the 2 KP. On the other side, Nubly was farming, and he still is able to make impact in these teamfights, especially the last one in around the red side jungle, blue side's red jungle. It was just really good play from Nubly, and he's just pretty far ahead compared to Mooch right now.
Yeah, and Nubly now is helping Elsa clear the wave up on the top side to get that pushed in. It looks like ID Frozen want to get a little bit of prio over this top side of the map to get a recall and get Elsa from Frozen a little bit more money, get it back. That is a full-plated steel caps buy. You said it, this team is all AD from the side of Dorado. Those plated steel caps are going to be putting in quite a bit of work. So coming in after that, I mean, right now, we don't have any particularly scary buys. We had those Sheens bought, we had the Caulfield's Warhammers bought. There hasn't really been anything too crazy, and it feels like now that's 3 plated steel caps completed for the side of ID Frozen. I mean, it's starting to feel like, I mean, we see the gold advantage. Those early Sheens, they didn't turn into much, and now Hoshi, he's getting chunked out, but Mooch was waiting. Mooch wanted this. The hot pot comes through, the Cataclysm goes down. That is one that has fallen. Sokarch is down, but Mooch gets taken down by the Lilia. The burn from the dust takes him out, and now Joker and Hoshi Yumi, they are on the run. Dallas does not quite have the range. Nubly takes a lot of damage, gets hit with an ignite, is forced back away from the fight. It's only a 1-for-1. I thought it was going to be bloodier.
Yeah, the red smite burn takes down Mooch in the end, but I think Scruff might be just dead here.
And whoop, does go golden, but alas, the stopwatch just broken for absolutely free.
Yeah, and we see some crucial items coming from Dorado. They both the GP and Israel finished their Sheen items, plus Scruff getting 2 crit cloaks as well. So next to the Essence Reaver, that's going to be a lot of damage if he can get those crits in, as with his barrels. We have Harmonica God doing fine in the top lane. Not the best time, but Wukong, he'll always work in team fights. He just needs to kind of just put pressure. So if he's just not getting straight out stomped, I think it's fine. But I think the scary thing is this Lilia right now. He's pretty much ahead from compared to this J4. Did finish his steel caps, working towards a Rift Maker. I'm really interested to see what this tier will turn into.
That's what I was wondering. Like, it's it's not building. I think it might have just been for some of the early mana, which Lilia can run out of mana somewhat a little early. So maybe that was just the play. Just invest a little bit of gold to keep the mana up. But I'm interested to see if that's going to get sold or if Nubly is going to try to transform it into something. I'm not someone who's seen a Muramana Manamune on a Lilia, but hey, first times for everything,
Yeah. Like, maybe... Oh, that's a lot of damage with the barrel.
A fancy barrel chain doing a lot of work. Watercat's going to have to be very, very careful here. Scruff is pushing forward. Oh, Sokarch just walks all the way in, but nobody died yet. Sokarch does finally fall. The true shot barrage went through the entire team. The Cataclysm goes up, and then it falls, and Dallas is behind them. Takes down one. Watercat is running. That is the Jarvan down. A lot of damage dealers have fallen on both sides of the fight, as well as both supports. Hypnotic Scruff goes down. Harmonica God and Joker, they're the only 2 left standing. Harmonica God trying to get out of there, uses the clone, but is on top of Vision. So is the Ezreal. Can they catch him? No, they can't. They managed to get the Drake, but they lose that fight hard. It's almost a 4,000 gold advantage now for ID Frozen, and they are going after the Rift Hill.
Yeah, and we see the fight again. Watercat splits them up pretty well in the beginning, but it wasn't really enough for them to win the team fight right then and there. But Nubly comes in. He's super strong, especially with the Rift Maker. He's sustaining these team fights pretty well. Also, the ability haste, the 2 damage stacks up from the Rift Maker's passive. It makes it super for them to kind of deal with the Lilia right now. What I'm thinking about his itemization, maybe he goes for like a Rylai's plus the
Ah,
Venter's approach. So like he maybe gets the shields, but it looks
okay.
like he might be going for Frozen Heart. I don't know. To be honest,
Huh.
I believe in him. He's been playing good.
You know
One
what?
item.
I might have to try this build out. Oh my goodness, Joker and Watercat are taking massive chunks out of each other's HP. Joker, the True Shot Barrage goes wide, just hits up on the minions. But yeah, as this game is going on, we watched Sokar to just walk into Dorado, effectively do just about nothing, got a single Riptide off, and then die. And then from there, that's really all ID Frozen needed to win the team fight, it seems. So, Dorado, they're getting the first turret of the game, which feels pretty good, but as this goes on, unless they can really up their team fighting, once more of this armor starts to come in, because, this is not an AP Ezreal by the looks of it, things are going to start getting pretty rough, I think, unless they can find some miraculous way to really, shake things up. But I don't know if that's going to happen.
Yeah. And especially after this Corki finishes a few more items, Illudin's possible Illudin's plus the Ravenous Hydra, I think is the item that they go most of the time. Maybe he goes for another AP item, but once he gets to like the 3 item power spike with Corki, those those small rockets, especially the big rocket as well, it's gonna start hurting them really hard before these team fights even start.
Yeah.
And from how it's going right now, like GP is in a decent spot, but he's not like this comp in general is not really set up for him to carry as well
Right.
as maybe another comp, because it's really hard for him to hit a combo onto the Corki, onto the Callista,
Yeah.
and him being not the most mobile carry, that he can, if he gets caught by the Nautilus, by the Aatrox, by the Lilia, it will
Yeah.
be really hard for him to just kind of live through it.
Yeah, basically, if anybody catches him out, he's gonna be in trouble, is the gist of that. And on top of that, not only being caught out, you brought this up during Champ Select. Now the range is starting to become a problem. Harmonica God is struggling in lane, can't really deal with this Aatrox that well, especially this 4-0-0 Aatrox. Callista is not, it doesn't have the most range in the world, but it has more range than the GP, and Corki can just throw these rockets over the top, which outrange Joker's Mystic Shot. So everything is starting to come up ID Frozen, and really, I think unless Harmonica God can get like an absolutely insane flank, I'm not sure how that's gonna go. In the meantime, ID Frozen, they drop the Rift Herald up top, actually, instead of in the mid lane, which I find a little bit interesting. But hey, it unlocks Elsa for the rest of the map, and they have caught out Mooch for now. Hoshi is on the way, but it looks like they're just going to be satisfied with taking the Raptor camp and calling it a day.
Yeah, and I think the important thing is that once you take that turret down, your wave will be pushing towards. Well, it will be easier for them to push these waves, and someone from the side of Dorado will have to answer. And when you
Right.
already have the TP advantage, I think it's going to be really huge. Harmonica
Yeah.
God, he did finish the Divine. He should be a little more comfortable in the side lane into the Aatrox, but I I'm just not sure if it's going to be enough, because like these team fights, especially with how strong he is, I think Elsa will be really hard to deal with. And when you think about Nubly on the side, there's Watercat with the Corki really strong right now. So like
Yeah.
Kalista is the least of their worries right now, and that says a lot.
Yeah, indeed. But Dragon has spawned. Each team has one apiece. This is not for Soul or for Soul Point. And so it looks like Dorado just say, all right, you know what? We're not going to worry about it. You take it. Have fun. We're going to worry about some other stuff. We're going to get our farm going. True Shot Barrage comes through. Does not achieve the steal. Now, one thing to note, Hypnotic Scruff does have the TP. I expect now we're probably going to see something a little bit more standard with the GP, with, going all the way into the side lane. But who knows? Hypnotic Scruff is now once again just hovering around the mid lane after pushing the bottom lane out. We might get some more standard stuff is the main thing that I'm thinking here. But again, that gold lead, it's slowly but steadily extending. 3,500 gold now in the favor of ID Frozen. And Elsa now is up on the top side of the map. Harmonica God is getting a fair amount of damage put onto him. Walks into the bush. Mooch is here. Elsa from Frozen pops the World Ender. It's taken a lot of damage, but is healing up just as much. The Executioner's Calling from Harmonica God not doing nearly enough. Goes over the wall. One more tick of damage will do it, but Elsa from Frozen successfully fends off the dive.
Yeah. And like, when you think that that healing was through the Ignite,
Yeah.
that's just like, if you don't have heal cut ready for this team fight, that Aatrox will be almost impossible to kill or decide to.
I mean, that was
Even
Ignite plus Executioner's Calling. Like, that, and still healed that much. That is rough.
Yeah, and I think that's like after the nerfs to heal cut, that's like what 40, 50% heal cut,
Something like that.
especially from the Ignite. But
It's a big number still.
yeah, if I was like Dorado, I think this would be the point where I would start sending GP to the side lane, where like he has the TP to answer the Aatrox. Just let the Aatrox push, clear the wave again. Let him push, clear the wave again, and it would just make it easier for the side of Dorado to kind of play the map too, because just Harmonica not having the TP and not winning the matchup, like Elsa can basically bully him in the lane, back off, TP, and Harmonica just can't even do anything.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, the thing is, though, it's like for the time being, it looks like, I mean, we're kind of a little bit in a 3-1, but Nubili is still farming pretty heavily. So, I mean, you have to answer both side lanes right now. And I don't know, like, is Harmonica God into Corki any better? Hold on, Nubili is here. That's a pretty solid Cyclone, though. It gets the double knock up. The Cannon Barrage over the top is doing solid work. The Lily of Sleep comes through. The Lilting Lullaby puts him to sleep. True Shot Barrage gets a little bit of damage, but it's not nearly enough. Dallas gets 2, Elsa gets 1. It's a clean 3 for none.
And I think that might just be Baron, the 22-minute Baron at that really early, but it was a little just an overreach from Dorado. Like, they've tried on Elsa a few times before this, and like, you know that you just don't have enough damage to go through that Aatrox with the Gore Drinker. And this time they didn't even have the Ignite, right? So
Yeah.
it was even harder. Plus, when we look at Nubly, he did indeed finish the Frozen Head, plus the Steel Cap finish too. That was almost a kill, but
You know,
but almost is never enough. So
yeah, almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. And alas, you know, Mystic Shots might be close to that, but they are not quite enough. So I'm just, you know, it's exactly what you're saying. They keep trying on Elsa, but like the Corki is right here. I don't think we've seen enough pressure on Watercat to see a package go off a single time. Like, I don't remember seeing a single package so far this game. So it's definitely, I'm expecting a change of strategies here. Joker does get rooted down. One more shot on that turret will take it down. Objective bounty is claimed. More gold in the Ezreal's pocket. You'll never complain about that. But Baron buff is up. If you are Dorado, I fully expect them to be on the retreat very, very soon.
yeah, and I think they should have been like playing a little safer for a time now. But they tried to get some of these kills. Didn't really work out in their favor. But again, like if you coin flip a lot of plays, eventually you'll hit one that will work out for you. So you'll never know. There's a lot of shutdowns on these ID Frozen members. 500 on the Aatrox, 300 on the Lilia, 400 on the Kalista. If I was them, like instead of the Aatrox, I would be going for the Kalista specifically. Much squishier, much easier to kill, not as beefy as this Aatrox. And as soon as I see that, they're trying again.
They're doing it again. World Ender is up once more. The healing comes through. Is the heal cut enough this time? The True Shot Barrage is maybe that the damage you need. On the other side of the map, Hypnotic Scruff goes down in a 4v1, and Elsa from Frozen is still alive and kicking. Hasn't died in the 2v1 yet. Mooch is about to go down. Harmonica God tries to come back in. There's the knockup. Maybe they'll do it. They finally take him down. That is the shutdown gold. But this will be Soul Point going over to ID Frozen, as well as a 5,000 gold advantage.
Yeah, and it is a 1-for-1. They did get a big shutdown, so I think it's almost like 3 kills worth of gold from that shutdown. But they do give up the mountain soul point, and next time they go for the team fight, I don't think this will just like benefit them at all. Like it's just going to be even harder for them to go for this team fight again.
That was super aggressive out of ID Frozen, and a phenomenal arcane shift out of Joker gets them out of there. But this turret is going down quickly. Manages to survive for now. Hoshiumi flashes in with the tongue lash, but the Lilting Lullaby puts 2 to sleep once more. Nubly has taken a lot of damage. The Q from Hypnotic Struff doing quite a lot. But it looks like both teams for the time being will just be disengaging. It very nearly got bloody there. And I mean, for Dorado, it started to look good.
Yeah, the barrels are slowly starting to just do some more damage. Although they're full AD, GP barrels do have some, I think, armor pen while doing the damage for themselves, and especially after he finishes the LDR as well, he's gonna
Yeah.
like even though the side of ID has armor stacked up on their team, it will still be a decent amount of damage coming from the GP. And Joker's yet to still finish his mythic. I personally would prefer like an AP mythic. It was something that was pretty common when like the what was the item's name? The Crown of the Shattered Queen
Oh, yeah.
or
Yes.
Shattered or something like that. That item,
Yes.
the one that makes you take less damage. Even Luden's is not that bad. That's a lot of burst damage, especially with the Essence Reaver build, so
Okay.
he can take an approach like that. He did pick up the pickaxe. Maybe he's going for like a Hydra next. Maybe a not Titanic, the Ravenous Hydra.
Ravenous
But
Hydra,
in
yeah.
general, these team fights will probably get a little better for Dorado as long as Hypnotic and Joker can just keep farming like they've been doing all game. Scruff is a little behind, but Joker's doing really well with the CS.
Yeah, and you know, we do see the GP just in the side lane, does have the TP up. Mooch waiting very patiently behind this wall, but Joker gets hit with a pretty strong rocket. Sokarch is walked very, very far forward, is taking a ton of damage. We see the Fate's Call come out, and we come back. And once again, I mean, that is the turret down, but for Dorado, once more, nobody died after what seemed to be a pretty scary situation. We're starting to see some backs here. Dragon is not spawning for another 2 minutes, so still no major objectives to fight over at the moment, but Dorado feels like they've stabilized. They still have objective bounties to get. There's plenty of gold on the map for them still, but we're starting to see more of these item completions are coming through. This Lilia, we have discovered what the tier is turning into, and it has turned into a Fimbulwinter, the 3rd item on the Lilia. This is a very interesting build.
Yeah, it is a pretty tanky build from the Lilia. Well, I guess Lilia's E do proc the slow so that she would get the shield from the Venter's approach. So I guess the only thing would be just like it is not really a consistent one. So if you miss it, you don't really have another way to use it.
Yeah.
She has the ultimate. There's some ways to still use it. I just personally don't really like it or see the point of having that one. But you know.
Hey, you know, it is an interesting choice. I mean, I think Nubly is just trying to do their best, you know, from Frozen cosplay. You know, we got the Frozen Heart, we got the Fimbulwinter. They're just trying to make it as cold as possible on the north side of the map. You know, like it's thematic. You gotta understand it. You gotta understand it.
Yeah, and another interesting item. I've seen it before. I was just not sure if this was necessary this game. The Death Stance coming for the score key. I think
Oh yeah.
for this game specifically, I think he's in a range, like he has a range safe enough that he can just like itemize mainly for the damage rather than like
Right.
being this unkillable poke mage. I don't know. But he is going for the Void Staff next, so he is gonna have a little bit more damage. Good.
Hey,
Hold
Fimbulwinter
on.
proc. There you go. We just saw it. But
It might have worked, but this team fight will start in 10 seconds. They do have the package.
yeah, we'll
This is
see
going to
which
be
direction
weird.
it goes.
This is
I
probably
mean,
going. Oh,
Dorado were pushed out of the river. ID frozen. They have priority over the pit now. Joker is preoccupied with the Gromp. Gets a little bit of experience for that. The True Shot Barrage as well as the Cannon Barrage over the top, but that Drake was not contested. There we see the package over the top. Mooch has to go golden, and Hoshi is in the middle of 4. Elsa from Frozen on the back line, just can't die. Watercat has taken down the Frog. Harmonica God has to get out of there with the Cyclone. Joker tries his best, gets the double kill, but that is a 3 for 2 so far. Dallas goes on a rampage. Mooch is getting out of there. I'm going to be honest, I thought it was going to be worse for Dorado, but it still can't get much worse than this. That is Mountain Soul. That's a wave pushing in, and it looks like ID Frozen want to go for the Baron.
Yeah, Scruff put a lot of damage onto Watercat before this teamfight started, but like as soon as this teamfight was about to start, they also secured Mountain Soul, so there was a lot of shielding coming through, like right when they needed it. And I don't know, I think after this point it's going to get harder because the point of Dorado's team comp, you want this Ezreal and GP to kind of deal some damage before the teamfight starts, get those carries a little low, but with the Mountain Soul, with the extra resistances, and it just be harder for this Ezreal to do what he wants to do. So you're gonna see it's not impossible, but it's just got tad much harder for them to kind of just play through this game.
Yep. And like Joker did get 2 kills, but it was just Elsa from Frozen just on the backside of that fight with the Death Dance now, as well as the Gore Drinker, Bramble Vest, the plated steel caps. It's just so hard to kill this Aatrox. Like the damage just struggles to come through. We see a Tiamat now on Joker, and I mean, it's just, I don't, like, obviously Watercat, level 18, is doing the absolute most, is only 3, 2, and 10, but definitely feels like they've been doing a lot, but I just don't know how you kill Elsa. I'm trying to rack it all up, and unless all 5 members just completely dunk on the Aatrox, man, it just seems like a struggle, and then you still have to deal with 4 other very scary members.
Yeah, and we see Joker is doing actually decent damage with the Mystic Shots, but the same amount of damage, maybe even more, is coming from Watercat's rockets. And like maybe one big rocket just takes Joker down to half HP, maybe even more. Like the AoE damages is ridiculous right now.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's a little bit of Joker versus the world. Has more than half of his team's kills, participated in 7 out of 11, and this is a lot of pressure on the Ezreal. I mean, the good news is, at the very least, is that Joker has 5 beefy frontliners. So if they can stay alive long enough and Joker can just keep throwing those Mystic Shots over the top, seems like maybe there is a chance. Does have the 3 items, is working towards that 4th item. Harmonica God has the Black Cleaver for a little bit of that armor shred, the Divine Sunderer as well. The Chempunk Chainsword is in, so some of this armor shred, some of this healing reduction is starting to come through, but I mean, just with that Mountain Soul on top, Elder is going to be spawning here in like 3 minutes. You know, maybe the game will end before that. Maybe if it doesn't, I think it will end then, because that's when we're going to see the all-out fight, and there's so much pressure on Dorado right now to find a really good play.
Yeah, and I think another important item is finished here for Scruff, but oh my god, just the big rocket damage is just ridiculous. I was about to say Scruff finished his IE, so if he can land a barrel, it will hurt as well, but just like Watercat's rockets are just such a low cooldown, such high damage.
I mean, that was a strong barrel. Nubly takes a big chunk, but
Joker's almost dead.
We're looking to see. Oh goodness, Scruff is taking so much. These rockets are insane. I mean, the good news is that there's a ton of wave clear for the time being, but literally 2 rockets and anybody on the side of Dorado is dead. And now Elsa just on the opposite side of the map, just chunking away at these turrets.
Yeah, and I don't think they might win this, but Elsa is doing. Oh my god.
Those barrels and that Infinity Edge were doing a lot. That is one down. That's one of the really scary members. The inhibitor will fall. Cannon Barrage over the top, slows them very briefly, does a lot of damage. Joker just can't quite land these autos or mystic shots, but Mooch is on the run, doesn't have the chance to throw down the Cataclysm, gets it down now, gets swallowed up by Hoshiyumi and spat back out to keep him alive. Hypnotic Scruff and Harmonica God, we're trying for the pinch. Harmonica goes in with the Cyclone, but is taking a ton of damage. Watercat is still chucking out the rockets. That's a 3-man sleep. Nubly is unstoppable. Joker and Hypnotic Scruff, they can only run away. 4 members still stand for the side of Dorado. Mooch is coming back, trying to get back into the fight. Nubly gets hit with the exhaust. Lilia trying to do the damage, ticking down onto Mooch, puts him down to half. Sokarch now is the only one that really gets chunked out by the True Shot Barrage, and I thought it was looking good very briefly for Dorado, but that's going to be a second inhibitor now for ID Frozen. Hold on, they're not done yet. The wave is here. They have a TP. We're still going. It's not done yet. It's 5v3. Joker's Hypnotic Scruff. Can they keep this alive? That's so much damage. Elsa chops him down to size. ID Frozen. They win their second game and send Dorado home.
Yeah. And I think it kind of came down to what we talked in the draft. They just didn't really have, like, their damage was all AD. So all that ID had to do was just like their front line just bought a bunch of armor items, and it just became really hard for the side of Dorado to play. And I think
Yeah.
some champions were like kind of out of team for like compared to the rest. Like I think TK didn't really have a lot of like reason to be in this game. Ezreal alone has a lot of survivability as an Wukong has his own clone. J4 has the flag and drag, and like he's already like a full commit team fight jungler, so you don't really need the TK to like just kind of save the tank. And GP again, like mainly doing the job with the barrel. So I think the TK was a little out of theme for them.
Right.
Maybe like a Yumi, like a full AP pick would have been better. I actually don't know, but it was a nice try. ID, I think they played really well. They played around the Corki. They knew their win cons. Nubly, especially on the Lilia, he farmed out. Even though the early game didn't look the brightest for them, he kept good with his CS numbers.
Yeah.
And when he needed to be there, he was always there. He used his ultimates defensively, offensively, either way. They were most of them were like good usages.
Yeah.
And I think the bot lane didn't go as like they were not really dominant. Joker and Hoshi pretty much were in control of the bot lane for the most, but especially after these team fights started to pop off,
Mm-hmm.
Dallas also showed up big time in some of these team fights. So I
Yeah.
think overall a really good win for ID and maybe a little draft gap for Dorado.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit. They'll have to reconsider. It was their first game of the split. They were doing their best. But our next match, we are going to be moving into the top 4. Iridescent Dawn Frozen will now be facing CB Rush. So 2 of our stream teams will be facing off against each other. But the streamed match that we will be showing you is Raijin Storm versus Moonstone Game. We will take a very, very brief break, and then we will be back to bring you the top 4 action. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is the top four of the Wednesday CCS Summer Lock-In Tournament. Once again, I am Thunder, and I am joined today by, well, it says not Sultan. This is also not Elsa from Frozen. This is Elsa the Queen, my wonderful color caster for these last two games. We've never casted together before. I cannot believe it. I'm so happy to have you here. And we have an absolute banger of a game between Moonstone Gaming and Raijin Storm. These two teams, I'm excited to see these, especially Raijin Storm having taken down Hard Hat Zone, one of our biggest contenders from Spring Split last season.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm super happy to be here, Thunder, just with definitely kind of starstruck at this moment, being with a true CCS, celebrity here on the stream, but definitely glad to be here and interested to see what these two teams have to bring to the table. Both of these squads are new to the CCS, so it will be, they're not necessarily teams that we are familiar with in this league, but excited to see what comes through.
Yeah. Now, of course, the teams are certainly new, but there's one name that we do recognize. Our very own Noah Talk is sitting in the AD carry position for Moonstone Gaming and has done pretty well. But on the opposite side, Epic Fail Guy for Raijin Storm in both these last two games played the Zeri one game, played the Senna the other game, performed extremely well both games, so showed a lot of flexibility in that AD carry role. I'm really interested to see how these pick bans go and what's going to happen in this third game so far. But as we see the bans, Raijin Storm, they've taken out the Aurelia, they've taken out the Pike. There's been a really weird priority on Lilia so far this tournament, which has surprised me, but maybe we'll see it again. We saw a weird Fimbulwinter build that did really well last game. Maybe we'll see some more this time.
Yeah, and I think Lily is definitely a really strong jungler. Does allow you a little bit more flexibility in your team compositions because of being an AP jungler, which allows you to do some interesting things. So I think that can be part of it. We'll see what these junglers decide to prioritize in this game, as we are seeing some jungle bans coming through right now, and kind of unusual ones.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Right now, like with the Ivern and also the Zac. I've been seeing a little bit more Zac recently, but
Yes.
overall, not the most popular junglers. So maybe some pocket picks coming out from both sides here, from Gaoshu and then Adu, who definitely did play previously in the CCS, although I'm having a hard time remembering which team. So we do have at least one returning player here for sure.
Yeah, so I mean, and also we see the Tom Kench ban. I think that is definitely to target the Senna Tom Kench lane that Reformed Ape and Epic Fail Guy played in the last game. That's really just kind of how you snipe it. And Moonstone Gaming, they actually banned the Tom Kench and picked up the Senna, so they must have a plan for it. I mean, we've seen some weird combinations with Senna. We've seen Set Senna, we've seen Senna Wukong, which Wukong has been pretty popular so far. I'm interested to see what they pair with it. But Raijin Storm, it looks like they are picking up the AD carry of their own, and they have selected Ezreal now to be in the hands of Epic Fail Guy.
Yeah, so Ezreal being picked up, and actually, Ezreal Tom Kench, while it doesn't really have very much presence in lane, is definitely a lane that has been picked up just because of the safety it provides. So, maybe trying to just limit the ability of Raijin Storm to protect their bot lane. But with that being said, we are seeing the hover here on quite a few supports that would be options for doing similar things, and they're going to land on one eventually. It will be the Karma. So Ezreal Karma, kind of this classic lane that does have that poke ability, but also the ability to speed up the Ezreal. Ezreal's got the arcane shift to get away, so a lot of safety, also a lot of range, which is something that you need to bring to the table against Senna, who's just going to get, longer and longer range as the game goes on.
Yeah, the mantra Qs combined with those mystic shots, that's just going to be, you're going to get 100 to 0'd real fast. You're not going to quite know why. But I mean, speaking of range, that's a Senna Lux. I mean, could be Lux mid, could be Lux support. But I mean, so far, both of these teams, it seems, I'm assuming they've drafted their AD and their support. And Senna and Lux just both have massive lasers that they just shoot over the top of team fights. So I'm very interested to see what Moonstone Gaming bring in to follow up with this and how Raijin Storm counter, because this so far I really like this draft, and that's an Udyr.
All
We went from
right.
magical girls to a furry.
Yeah, and we saw Udyr also, I believe, wasn't it? Was it even first
Game
picked or I don't know if it was first pick,
game
but it
one?
was yeah,
Yes.
in game one we did see CB playing the Udyr and it looked good, has a lot of pressure, clearing through the jungle early, can bully pretty much any other jungler in the 1v1 if he's able to get into that early on. Or at least that's the way it has been in the past. I haven't seen a ton of it recently. And just a lot of interesting
Kindred.
picks so far in this game. You know, I wanted to touch a little bit more on the bot lane because having four squishy champions down there is, you know, not only going to mean that, you know, both these lanes are likely to be poking each other out, trying to bring those advantages, but it means that those junglers will be down in those lanes. So Udyr makes a lot of sense, you know, just being able to run people down. Kindred on the other side, though, brings another squishy champion, so you feel like maybe she can just get run down once she gets that Lamb's respite, able to provide a little bit more safety. So that's going to put a little bit of the onus of execution on Adu playing this Kindred for Raijin Storm.
Yeah, I definitely we've seen a couple of Kindred bans so far in this tournament. Now it's finally picked up. I'm excited to see how it plays. I actually don't think I've seen a Kindred be played in this durability patch. I'm excited to kind of see how this, almost 80 carry type jungler does so far into this kind of long range. I say long range, but there's an Udyr there composition. But now we're getting top laners banned out. We got a Camille, a Wukong, a Kale, and a GP taken out of the way. Raijin Storm, they're hovering the vein. Now, one thing I do kind of
Please,
want to
no,
I
please.
don't think we're going to see it against these types of champions, but I was going to briefly mention that, maybe the Karma could still be a flex pick, but if we're getting okay, no, all right, now hold on. Now hold on. They're just Epic Fail Guy is just messing with us. We're
Yeah.
seeing a lot of things get rotated through here. But if they do lock in, no, it's the Ornn top. All right. You know what? I was getting excited. I thought we were going to see a Karma top and something spicy in the support, but it's Ornn up in the top lane, the big meatball mage, tank, bruiser, assassin, whatever, is back in action.
Yeah, and I think I definitely was a little bit, you know, they were obviously trolling us, but I was a little bit scared earlier when they're hovering all these additional squishy champions just because of how vulnerable their team comp is looking so far. Adding the Ornn makes a lot of sense. But with that being said, blind pick Ornn is pretty risky. They did ban out Kale and GP, which are both definitely champions you wouldn't want to go up against. But as we see the Azir being locked in for some strong mid scaling, we'll see what that top lane answer is as well. I think I do like the Azir just because it is a blind pick. Definitely going to be Haywire getting the last pick here for Raijin. So makes sense to pick up that safety, and we'll see what counter Mommy's guy has in store.
Oh, oh, hold on. Hold on. You know what? I was going to
Okay,
bring this up as a
okay.
joke. I was going to bring this up as a joke, Elsa.
We've
I don't know if you watched the LPL this week, but the Shy pulled out probably my favorite top lane pick that I've ever seen. And it was a Zir top. I'm pretty sure it was into an Ornn. I think I was joking. I was going to joke about that. But I think that's what we're about to get.
yeah. So I did not think about that, but I am, in fact, familiar with the Shy's terrorist Azir top, as I've heard others refer to it, definitely. With that being said, it is the Shy, but with that being said as well, Ornn definitely is the matchup that you want to take this into. Not because, like, you know, when you think about other matchups into Ornn, like something like the Fiora, something like that that's trying to, you know, bully it early and take that scale, you know, take that advantage and really roll with it. With Azir, it's just kind of more like having the free lane. Azir does have some ability to keep himself safe with the shifting sands, being able to you know, still survive in that long lane as long as there are wards down. So while it is very, you know, it's unconventional, but it definitely is you know, not out of this world and shakes up the team comp a lot here from Moonstone Gaming. So exciting draft here.
Yeah, and I think this is definitely something that will. I think if you're Raijin Storm, if you see that, unless you've done some wild preparation, you're probably just like, whoa, okay, hold on. You know what? Let's just go with our pretty standard team comp. They pick up the Orianna. Feels like they have some pretty decent, like, front to back style team fighting here, but this is going to become very, very interesting. And, I think obviously the Azir Ornn matchup in the top lane is going to be fun and exciting, but I do think it's kind of what you said. You know, this Blitzcrank is not exactly. It's a little bit tankier than a Lux, but still a support. Not the tankiest thing in the world once a few levels come by. I still think we're probably going to see kind of a lot of that action pan out around the bottom side of the map while the top lane just continues to, top lane continues to scale what's new over the past, 2 years of patches. But I'm very interested to see what these jungle pathings are going to be. And these kindred marks might just, the randomization on that once we start picking them up might be a little bit interesting.
Yeah, and I think that it's going to be, my eyes are going to be on Gaoshu for Moonstone Gaming, just because that Udyr will have the faster, a little bit of faster clear in the early game. Also, just so much more durability to be able to stun up the Kindred who doesn't have the ult to keep herself safe, which is really going to be her big tool in this game. So if the Udyr is able to invade and able to, get some of these early ganks off, whether it's whether it's in the bot lane or even maybe in the top lane, trying to look for this Ornn who is forced to be a little bit more exposed sometimes as a melee champion, but that's going to be where the initiative lies. And so for Adu on this Kindred, it's going to be about shadowing those jungle paths and kind of, being reactive with those counter ganks, because that's where I see this Kindred succeeding in this matchup.
We'll certainly keep an eye out for that. I think Vision is probably going to play a pretty major part in that as well. Yeah. So I'm interested to see if this Karma Reformed Ape can maybe start to get on the roams a little bit. Ezreal, known for being pretty safe. So that's something I'm certainly going to be keeping an eye out for. But I mean, man, this top lane matchup just has me excited. I literally had a whole other point that I was thinking of, and then I just thought about just the Ornn versus Azir matchup and how boring it's going to be for the first 20 minutes, and then how awesome it's going to be after that for these team compositions. So, I mean, I remember what it was. It seems like we have two pretty front-to-back team fightings. I might have our team fighting compositions. I'm literally too excited about this. I know it's the stupidest thing in the world. I'm so happy to see this. But we have some pretty front-to-back team fighting compositions, and I think it's going to be really interesting how they play around objectives, because I honestly don't really know who's going to have priority in any of these lanes.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely, that's why I do say that it is really going to be dependent on the jungler. Again, the Azir has some priority just as far as having the range. But when it comes to, but also going to have to be so scared of those ganks that could come through from the Kindred if he's pushed too far up. So, yeah, it is. I think it's difficult to know. I do anticipate that the mid lane will really be about, farming it out with these long range mages. And then hopefully for them also being able to be the first one to push in your opponent and roam around. So it's really going to be about those skirmishes and team fights. And that's what we love to see on the CCS stream.
Indeed. And we will see it in just a couple of minutes. We're going to go into our brief spectator delay and be right back for this exciting matchup to determine who is going to the CCS lock-in finals. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back once again to the CCS Lock-In Tournament. Once again, I am joined by Elsa the Queen, my lovely color caster for today. And you know, last game I thought we were gonna get 5 people running down mid lane. Looks like this time we are getting 5 people running bot lane with nobody to meet them because the other team is doing their 5-point fan like they properly should.
Yeah, but it's a Blitzcrank composition, Thunder, so it is absolutely mandatory that I have to try for something. But Epic Fail Guy
didn't wait to spend his ability point, so didn't have the arcane shift and gets deleted. You called it. The Blitzcrank coming in clutch. Even used the flash. That's first blood. It is on to Lux in the mid lane. That's gonna feel pretty good.
Yeah, so for Epic Fail Guy there, it looks like he has not leveled an ability yet, so didn't have fast enough fingers to be able to get that E, so didn't make that mistake. Now he has the Q, but but he did not have it before. So anyways, so he did not level that one, but also it was obviously the flash out of the Blitzcrank, but very much worth, I would say. The one thing I will also say for Epic Fail Guy is definitely pro move to hold the flash there, because once he got grabbed, he's definitely just going to die. So it's going to happen over and over again to the Blitzcrank if he doesn't have that one up, especially with the ganks from the Udyr. So we were talking about the jungle pathing in the champion select, and I'm just looking at this Kindred starting on the top side, so they will be starting opposite sides, and that makes a lot of sense going along with what I said earlier with this Kindred just kind of wanting to, you know, avoid the Udyr in the early game, playing around him, and maybe being reactive. So
yeah, that will definitely, we'll definitely have to keep track of that as that goes. Of course, the marks spawn on the Scuttle Crabs first. We'll have to keep track of that fight. Now, in the mid lane, I'm gonna assume that this is pronounced Zovok, so I'm gonna say Zovok. Zovok does pick up the Dark Seal as well as an additional pot for their troubles of getting that kill. And I mean, every member of the team also got an assist that's a little bit more gold in their pockets. You know, the gold advantage right now doesn't really matter too much, but that can absolutely snowball if they use that appropriately. Now, that being said, Epic Fail Guy and Reformed Ape, they are getting the push in very briefly for the time being. And, of course, Mommy's Guy on this Azir is starting to get the push in onto the Ornn. So the range advantage here, I think, is definitely going to be coming in clutch. And, I mean, for the most part, I think mid and top lane, range advantage is had for blue team on both sides. The root is coming in onto Haywire, and that is just a ton of damage on this Orianna early.
And can we just talk about what we're gonna call this Lux? Because I'm having a hard time with that one.
I'm just like
XOVOCC.
Look, we could. I'm saying like Zova XO
gaming in the chat about this. Or?
Can we production? Can we get some assistance here? I'm assuming it's XOVOC, so like Zovok or something is what I'm going with. But we'll have to see. Okay, hold on. Blitzcrank gets another hook. This time onto Adu. The Ignite is ticking down, and Gaucho is on the way. Is now underneath the turret. Epic Fail Guy and Reformed Ape are on the run as well. That is a root down onto the Blitzcrank. Everyone is alive for the time being. There are still 4 members down here. Another hook comes through. Lots of damage, but Allen is taking a chunk as well. The mark is on that Blitzcrank, so I think that's going to be very, very tempting to try to get, but for the time being, everyone disperses. That could have been so bloody.
That just, you know, all what we talked about earlier, as far as the team compositions being really squishy, maybe lacking a little bit of engage, is just totally illustrated there. Both teams able to deal a lot of damage to each other, have that initial amount of burst, but not able to finish it out. And actually, what it makes me think about is the impact that Top Dream is going to have later in the game on this Ornn. Will be kind of the single champion who can bring, as he's getting beat up a little bit here right now, but looks like he'll be okay. Really the only champion in this game who can bring that multi-member hard engage through with the ultimate later on.
Yeah, I also see we're getting recommendations in chat for what the name should be, but Top Dream goes ahead, uses the flash to get on out of there, away from the gank from the Udyr. Smartly dodges the flash, or the, you know, there is no flash, but bear slap. It's a ghost instead. Oh man, we can't, there's no flash bear slap. I can't call that out. It's ghost bear slap. That seems so much, you know, so much less Hold on. So much more anticlimactic. There we go. Look, it's getting late. My words are struggling.
Yeah.
My words are struggling to come out of me, Elsa.
It's okay. It's already game 3, and definitely we've had some exciting ones from what I was watching earlier. So it's all right. No worries. No worries. And as we see in this top lane, you know, the Azir is surviving, which is kind of the win condition that we put on it. You know, it just wants to scale later into the game. Definitely is up in CS. But on the other hand, when you think about this matchup too for the Ornn, as an Ornn enthusiast myself, 55 games in a row played on Ornn, just saying. He wants to just get through the lane phase as well. You know, like he's not a champion that wants to be lane dominant. Definitely just wants to be able to get through to the point where he can have the ultimate and get into those 5v5 team fights. But in this bot lane, looks like we might have this Kindred's trying to set up a lane gank and shouldn't have been spotted yet by the minions because there's no wards in the brush. So we'll see if Adu can actually get an opportunity here. They might bait a hook intentionally.
Yeah, Allen is pushing forward. Epic Fail Guy, Arcane shifts away. And Adu, the patience here is phenomenal. They don't check the brush yet. Allen and Noatak, seems like they might have an idea that something is a little weird here. Udyr question mark pings on the chickens, is on that top side of the jungle. They know that the Kindred is not up there. And Adu goes in now, lays down the Lamb's Respite. The Wolf tries to chop, I'm sorry, not the Lamb's Respite. The circle comes through. Adu tries to get the damage in. Smite has not transformed yet, so can't start proccing that, and the gank is not quite successful. The Ignite is the only thing that comes out of Allen.
Yeah, and the Ignite traded back from, from Allen, and like you said, is the only thing that they need to expend, and it's actually quite a bit of time spent by the Kindred, and on the other side, looks like Gaushu wants to make something happen.
Yeah, here comes the Ornn Horn. That is a lot of damage, and the Emperor's Divide does not quite do enough. Or, I'm sorry, it does plenty. I can't read. My directions are all up and down. I need a little bit of water. That is a dead Ornn Horn. I got twisted and turvy, but Adu and Reformed Ape, they are going to be taking the first dragon.
Yeah, so it is going to be the dragon going over, so they will be able to trade something back on the other side. Top Dreams does end up going down in the end. Not that big of a deal, though, for the Ornn dying one time. Although the Azir now, when you do look at it as well, 1-0-1, definitely up in CS, so doing just what he wants to do as far as staying in this game, will have the chance to have those epic Shurima shuffles, you know, in just about sub 20 minutes. As Gaushu is gonna get away there, and a little bit of vertical jungling action going on here from both sides. I was gonna say it would look like a Kindred gank angle, but nice recalls here from Noatak and Alanen, who have been playing pretty intelligently through this lane. And I will say, Thunder, I'm a little bit disappointed because, you know, we did have those, you know, we have had a couple of ganks, but not necessarily as much action as I would have hoped for from this bot lane.
Yeah, it's definitely hasn't been the most explosive thing in the world. I mean, you know, that said, considering it is a Sen, like Blitzcrank is there, but considering it's a Sen lane, I guess I'm not all that surprised. But you know, it's a pretty safe Ezreal. It's a Senna. You're not the most explosive in the world. So, you know, we'll have to see if Gausho can try to make anything else happen on the map. Has already done pretty well. There's about 1,000 gold lead in the favor of Moonstone Gaming. So I think they're feeling pretty good about that. And one thing to note now, Adu's mark is now on the Udyr. So that honestly might just be the hardest person to try to kill.
Yeah, I think what that tells me is that Adu is anticipating that there's going to be some contestation going on around this Rift Herald in particular, which is going to be so powerful early on in the game. Of course, teams want to drop this before those plates fall off at 14 minutes. So I think it's kind of daring the Udyr to come in, you know, saying, hey, like, you know, you have no choice but to come to me. And if you do, even if you get the objective, I might pick up that mark, which is really valuable. So instead, it looks like this is just going to be given over. I would imagine that Moonstone has some idea that this is going on, but they want to trade something back on the other side. It looks like they maybe thought about a dive, but decided against it, and so they're just getting the blue buff here. Now there's going to be some rotation through into the mid lane, but
through Epic Fail Guy just checked the brush and gets blown up.
Like, yeah, I mean, I did not even notice what was going on, honestly, because I have no idea why. I mean, I just, you know, like, I mean, Anyways, I'm just not going to say anything else. But so one kill traded back as well definitely makes it a little bit more worth it. The Rift Herald is always one of those things that, you know, especially this is not professional play. You know, mistakes definitely happen, and until the objective is actually dropped, we don't know how much gold it's really worth.
Yeah, exactly. So Reformed Ape is now clearing out that pesky ward that did Epic Fail Guy in, and the Ezreal has returned to the lane. The wave is getting all the way pushed up, and a plate has dropped. Top Dream is taking so much damage here. Manages to get the knock up. The horn is coming through. Stream of Slide comes in. Top Dream has to flash away. Mommy's guy invested the flash as well, and both top laners escape, but Top Dream has to go for the recall.
And, oh, he's not. He's gonna stay, and he's gonna use his passive. He's literally me. Oh my god. Yeah.
I thought you were also from. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Oh, Mommy's guy just took a turret shot.
Yeah.
Here is getting low. Oh, hold on. Epic Fail Guy. Arcane shifts out, gets knocked up again. This poor Ezreal and the Ornn on the other side of the map. Two kills on both sides. And now it's a 3v2. Adu goes over the wall. Mark is now on the Lux, but I mean, both sides of the map are now falling apart. And if you're Haywire, you're even in CS, even when your lane opponent got a kill, you're saying like, guys, what's happening? What's going on around here? I'm holding the fort down. I need something.
Yeah, and Moonstone Gaming, I mean, the gold lead isn't like, you know, insane or something. It's not, you know, they can definitely come back, but it's more so kind of the choices that both teams have been making. And for Raijin, there's just been some questionable, I guess, choices. You know, we saw Epic Fail Guy going in to check the bush, not really anything that he would be, you know, and contesting for that. And then, you know, just a bit later we see Top Dream overstaying into the top lane. Didn't have the TP available, but he's Ornn, you know, like missing a little bit of that CS, not going to necessarily end the game. And meanwhile, I guess we got a lot of long range laser like things shooting across the rift.
You just can't get away from Adu. Allen hooks in Adu, and the Blitzcrank is winning the fight. Top Dream is here to save the jungler, but Allen is doing some nasty damage. Mommy's guy here on the Azir. Maybe can help just in case. Gao Xiao gets hit with the exhaust. Reformed Ape is on the run. A True Shot Barrage does a lot of damage, but Noah Talk with the heals brings them back up to about 75%. That almost got scary. And I mean, for Raijin, there was just a couple of very close moments there. They just didn't turn up the way they wanted it to.
No, and that was very close in the bot lane. It definitely looked like Gaoshu was forcing that one a little bit. Didn't look like No Attack was quite ready to be a part of that one. But in the end here, it is going to be able to generate some pressure down there with Gaoshu being on the bot side, so they will be able to pick up the dragon, which is nice to be able to equalize that one. Meanwhile, though, with this Rift Herald, that's a lot of gold coming through, and it's onto the mid lane turret, which is always considered to be super valuable.
Chops it down to only the single plate left, but now Gaosho, Allen, they are on the chase. These are kind of the two ones that you don't really want after you. The double flash into the Emperor's Divide. Here comes the Lamb's Respite. It's keeping him alive for a while, but not long enough. Adu and Haywire, they just barely mistimed it, and they are punished for it.
We got the Azir highlight plays that were promised when we see this pick. You know, it's got to make itself worth it when we see that top lane pick that's so spicy. So, you know, honestly, actually, though, it was pretty free for Mommy's guy. You know, great play roaming down there, but you know, didn't have to do any Azir sec action or anything like that. Just those two members funneled in and then just able to knock them back. So nice team coordination there from Moonstone Gaming. Speaking of team coordination,
Top Dream, it's a 3v1 underneath the turret. This is an Ornn. Gaosho goes down. Hold on. The turret is super juiced up. Allen takes multiple shots. Mommy's guy walks under the turret and takes another one. The Lux ultimate goes wide, and Top Dream is somehow alive. The root now down onto the Kindred. Adu is a little bit on the chase. Zovok is trying to get out of there, but Haywire is here. Does not have the shockwave. Another Lux root lands, but I mean, Top Dream, the 3v1 outplay.
Yeah, and really good use of the W by Top Dream to be able to cancel out the hook, which would have really changed things. And then after that, you know, the Udyr running under the turret, but really just not having as much HP as and armor as he thought he did, I guess. And you know, I mean, just he wasn't like very close. Like he was taking at least one more turret shot if he was going to get out of there, and it was just not happening. So I just talked about how, you know, the intelligent choices in the game were being made by Moonstone. A little bit of a slip up there. They still do have the gold lead, but it's just the same gold lead that we saw a few minutes ago. And you know what we know about how these games go on, especially when there are bounties on some of these characters like the Senna and the Lux and the Azir with the 300 gold bounty. You know, if these can be picked up in a team fight from Ryzen, they will be right back in the game. So it's definitely still a close one here with the chaos of the decision making, especially.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know, that's what locking is for. Teams are still getting up, they're getting warmed up. Yeah, exactly. They're trying to figure out how far they can go. And I mean, if you're Ryzen, you know, they just came off of beating, you know, Hard Hat Zone again, one of our best teams, one of our, you know, favored teams to win last split, definitely hands down one of our top 3. So they're certainly feeling good. It seems like they have calmed down a little bit, but Moonstone got a little bit big for their britches. I expect us to get calm again. You know, we saw a good Azir ult at 13 minutes. Oh, hold on, we're seeing another Blitzcrank pull in. Reformed Ape gets rooted down. The Dawning Shadow over the top, as well as the Ignite doesn't quite take down the Karma, but the Smite certainly will. Epic fail guy, it's only a matter of time. The TP is coming through. Hold on, turn shots again onto Gao Xiao, and he falls again. Allen takes more. The shockwave comes in, but doesn't have the additional turret shots. Haywire does not have the damage to come through, but Gao Xiao, I mean, you know, they get the double kill, but again, just underneath this turret, you know, keeps on falling. The dude coming here, gets locked down. Oh, Jesus Christ.
All right. That was that was a lot of damage, and that's a very skishy.
Haywire.
All right.
I think Haywire just lived up to their name a little bit.
Going a little haywire.
Yeah. Top Dream. Oh no, come on. No, it can't be all 3 lanes. It can't be all 3. Okay. Top Dream makes it out with the flash. The past 40 seconds for the side. Oh no. For Ryzen. Okay, come on. Past 40 seconds for Ryzen have just been rough. Top Dream with the Ornhorn just to clear out the waves so that you can get back and make sure that there is no more needless death for Ryzen. Goodness gracious. Can you Elsa, can you give me an explanation for what just happened?
I mean, I'm not really. I'm sorry. Nothing can explain this. We'll need decades of therapy. No. It's just looking like a solo queue game as we just cut from, you know, lane to lane all the way across the map and back down again with the action that is going on. But it does continue to favor Moonstone Gaming heavily at this point as it does continue. And they do have some pretty good tools to push the pace of the game at this point. With the Lux, you can clear these waves so quickly, and her ultimate is on such a short cooldown at this point. You know, Azir is kind of doing that same thing in the top lane, just really having that control of the map with those waves constantly pushed forward, and then the Blitzcrank for the picks.
Oh goodness, the hook just barely misses a dude trying to get out of there. Hold on, we're seeing more members come. Haywire and Gao Xiao. Haywire, I don't think you win this one. The shockwave comes in, takes a good chunk of damage out of the Udyr, but does not quite do enough to steal the dragon. A respectable attempt out of Haywire, I will say.
Yeah, just tried to drop the ultimate like in an attempt to steal it, so not that big of a, you know, expenditure from the Orianna, so probably going to be end up being worth it. Although with this Rift Herald being up, we do see lots of vision being cleared out around it on the side of actually both teams, as nobody really has vision of it right now. But I expect we'll get a fight over it soon, so that could be a cooldown to watch.
Yeah, you know, Top Dream has these, you know, has an interaction with these Blitzcrank hooks down, always procs the Unstoppable. There's the Unstoppable again, though, and Allen is back. The hook comes in. If you already used the cooldown, it just doesn't matter. Horn coming through. We've seen this once before. The stun is in. Top Dream turns into Top Die. Ooh. Ticking down. Wait, nope. Allen with the Ignite gets the kill. 2-0-7 on this Blitzcrank. More kills than the enemy, well, the same amount of kills as the entire enemy team combined. And Nadu now has to flash over the wall, just barely gets the escape from 4 members of Moonstone Gaming.
And Moonstone Gaming, they are, like I said, continuing to push these waves and control the map, trying to get this mid lane turret down for a little bit more map control. But Blitzcrank is going to fall low here. Speaking of that, though, again,
The lasers, they just don't stop. They're everywhere. You can't escape them.
yeah, and that's just a nightmare for an AD carry player because you're just, you know, so vulnerable and squishy. Even Ezreal.
Adieu
Speaking of vulnerable,
says adieu. I mean, there's just everything. It feels like everything that could be going wrong for Raijin is going wrong. Like, I'm not sure, you know, like, where do you stop this? Reformed Ape, I guess, is up here trying to make a play on the Mommy's guy, but that's just a mantra Q, and then he's out of there. And now Haywire is going to get dived on. Gao Xiao has absolutely no fear under this turret. As we've seen before, the Shockwave comes in. Haywire trying to make something happen. It's 4v1 down here. The TP comes through. And finally, it seems like Raijin are able to stop a gank.
yeah, it just seems like Raijin is doing well when they're out playing dives. That's definitely been their strength this game, which should be, you know, okay.
They want more. The Orn Horn completely splits the uprights. The support goes down. That is shut down gold. A 300 gold shutdown. Top Dream goes in. There is no more Blitzcrank to worry about with the hooks, but the root comes through, and I think that just saved Gao Xiao, but Epic Fail Guy is taking a ton of damage from this Azir. Mommy's guy does still have the Emperor's Divide. Top Dream again gets the knockup, goes in. There's the flash. Noah Talk now has arrived. This is the Senna, has quite a bit of range. The range advantage is here. A do with the Lamb's Respite. Everybody jumps in. The Lux ultimate comes through, and hey, you know what? You take that if you are Raijin. Nobody died, and you gotta kill. Let's go.
And Raijin definitely pretty impressive to stay in the fight there, but just before we saw the outplayed dive by Haywire in the bot lane, what I was going to say is one of the biggest problems for Raijin in this game is that Top Dream has been jailed into this top lane against the Azir, constantly pushed in when what you want to do with this Ornn pick is get into those team fight situations where he can use the Ornn ultimate and also just, you know, those knockups over and over again, which he was landing, unlike the ultimate, in that fight. So, you know, I would anticipate that they'll continue to get Top Dream involved in these 5v5 situations, perhaps around the Baron, which we're seeing pings around now. That's going to be the way back into the game for MNG Raijin.
Right. And one thing I do want to note is that Epic Fail Guy does actually have the TP on the Ezreal as well. Oh, Haywire, the TP is coming down to the bottom lane from Zovok. Hold on, the ultimate misses. Haywire is still alive, does have the Shockwave, but is now getting pinched. Might go ahead and invest it, probably won't, just accepts defeat. Alcove Gaming is not going to work out this time. That is the Orianna down, and that is probably going to be priority over this Drake pit. But Dragon doesn't spawn for another 40 seconds. Orianna respawns in 30. Will have the TP up. So I have to see how that works. Adieu. Mommy's guy is here.
Hey.
Hold on. Right now, they might be able to collapse, but shuffles right over the wall. Mommy's guy is out of there. That's what makes Azir so slippery.
Yeah, and Azir does have the teleport as well, so can definitely just feel comfortable backing and then coming back, getting back into the fight with the teleport, but it looks like he is going to opt to stay at this time. Beyond that, we are seeing the Dragon going to be up in 10 seconds. Adu still all the way over here on his red, while we are seeing Gaoshu literally just sitting on top of the Dragon, so definitely going to be, you know, priority for the Udyr there, and trying to come into the area as well. This isn't the soul yet for either team, but it is going to be important.
Oh, the hook comes in. It was blind, but they anticipated it, and Adu once again falls. The Lux ultimate chunks out Epic Fail and Reform down to half. This ape is not as reformed as we think, and Epic Fail Guy is living up to their name. A double kill for Mommy's guy. That is Dragon number 3. Soul point for Moonstone Gaming.
And Moonstone Gaming looking nice there, being able to grab that initial kill onto Adu with the Blitzcrank hook, which is who they really wanted to kill anyways. Lamb's Respite was not quite up from earlier, and now they are pushing the pedal to the metal.
Hold on. That Emperor's Divide might have just caused some problems for Moonstone Gaming, but the Lux Ultimate is back up. Even when things don't work out quite the way they want, they still work out fine. And Gao Xiao now taking turret shots, has plenty of HP this time around, will not go down. And that is yet another kill going over to the side of Moonstone Gaming. And Mommy's Guy, even with this low HP, that true shot barrage could have been scary, but even with this low HP, is not afraid to take a couple of pot shots at the side of Raijin.
No, he has not been afraid all game long, and Moonstone Gaming has done a really nice job in these team fights of...
Oh, hold on. Adu tries to go in. The Lamb's Respite is down. Will survive for a little bit longer. Can the rest of the team come in and help? No. Noah Talk is dominating 6-0-6 on this Senna. The AD carries are having two starkly different games this time around, and Gao Xiao just catches out Reformed Ape in the jungle as they try to escape, and that is going to be Baron.
And it seems like Alanin just has Adu's number in these... in all these situations. You can see here flash forward from Adu trying to pick up the kill onto his ear, and then it's just the insta blitzcrank pull. And beyond that, there's just nothing, you know, you can do for Kindred. And honestly, even expending the Lamb's Respite there means that it won't be available the next time, because it is a pretty long cooldown, 150 seconds it looks like still. So just needs, you know, Adu getting caught out multiple times with these hooks at these objectives, and it's just maybe a little bit of tilt in this very chaotic and possibly frustrating game.
Yeah, Haywire just now got the first turret for the side of Raijin Gaming, so, you know, it is objective bounties. That is definitely a nice amount of gold to have. It's not terrible to have it on that Orianna. You know, pretty solid pick. Those shockwaves, they've been doing work so far, but I mean, Alanin has been doing absolutely phenomenal. We're starting to see kind of the range from this Senna Lux duo with just, you know, if you just barely escape the Lux, the Senna is still going to be right there. And if you get hit by one, you're going to get deleted by the other. They both chunk half HP from everybody from the side of Raijin except the Orange. Like you were talking about at the beginning of the draft, you know, these are some squishy members for Raijin. And now Adu is fighting Alanin. I don't know if you want to be too aggressive here. Dawning Shadow once again comes down, and it's just a fight over the blue buff for the time being. Lux Ultimate comes through. Those are two pretty big cooldowns, but Alanin again, Adu gets hooked in and goes down. The Emperor's Divide shuffles them back into the rest of the team. Mommy's Guy just gifts the kills over to his teammates. Epic Fail Guy goes down. It's only Top Dream left alive. This Ornn cannot do too much. The health bars are absolutely massive. Gets rooted, can only sit there and take the damage. Top Dream goes down. That is a clean ace for the side of Moonstone Gaming.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's not funny. I should not cackle on stream. All right, so we got the top laner disconnected here. Probably just about going to be the end to the game here, as we're not seeing a pause or anything, so it doesn't seem to be a technical issue. And I mean, you know, definitely okay, maybe a little bit of a meme disconnect, you know. My Top Dream there. Hopefully, we hope it's all fun and games. It is just a lock-in tournament. Yeah. After all, and definitely we did see, you know, this game isn't over, but we did see a lot of good things from both teams. Like you said, from Raijin, we're able to upset Hard Hat Zone, who were, I believe, the 4th seed in the tournament, so pretty impressive. And, you know, speaking of impressive, Alanin's Blitzcrank is looking pretty dangerous tonight.
I mean, 3-1-19, 22 out of 27 kills. This is a, oh my gosh, an insta-ban, and the Shurima slide into the Emperor's Divide. The Lamb's Respite does absolutely nothing. There is no rest for the weary. Top Dream is shoved underneath the fountain, and these are Baron minions. It's once again 5v1. The horn comes through. He doesn't even get a chance to hit it. Gets rooted, goes back in the fountain once again, and the Azir is out damaging the fountain. Senna walks in and just dies. Noah Talk maybe throwing it a little bit. Baron buff has fallen off, but these respawn timers are long. That said, Haywire is coming back, does have a shockwave. These health bars are looking kind of low if Haywire can get into position here. This Nexus is not dying quickly. Top Dream is getting a knock up. The Nexus is still very much alive. This is a lot of damage. The shockwave hit absolutely nobody. The true shot barrage does push them off, though. And somehow Raijin Storm are still alive for the time being, but it feels like they have only put off the inevitable.
As of this time, I'm officially launching a full-scale investigation into Noah Talk for attempting to throw CCS games. You know, and as a staff member and in fact management at the CCS, I'm deeply disappointed with that decision, but you know, it is what it is, and we'll get back to you with the results of our internal investigation. That will, of course, be No Attack will probably be a part of it, so it'll be very
Look,
internal.
but yeah, we're gonna have to investigate ourselves a little bit.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's Ocean Soul. This is a 15,000 gold lead. It's a 26 kill advantage. I mean, honestly, if you're Moonstone Gaming, a little bit of trolling here. Look, it might be some BM, but the chances of them coming back are absolutely abysmal. And Mommy's guy just goes right in on Haywire, chunks him out for half. Allen cannot miss. Allen cannot miss a single hook this entire game. Mommy's guy dives in, gets another kill. Top Dream is getting chunked out. Is not going to be the last one standing this time. Instead, it's going to be Epic Fail Guy. That's the quadra kill. Are we going to see the ace? They're on the chase. They want it. Epic Fail Guy doesn't want to give it. Allen is going in. The Arcane Shift out. Allen gets the hook. He's going to get it. They gift it over. That's the first pentakill of the CCS Summer Split. And that is going to be the game. Moonstone Gaming are moving on to the finals.
The crowd goes wild. Azir pentakill. That was fun. Woo. It was cool. That was a terrible cheer by me. Sorry, my voice is dying. So, but you know, you get the idea. So no, that was. I mean, I was gonna say before that for Mommy's guy. I definitely have to like credit, like, if you're gonna play the Azir top lane and do your, you know, the Shy impression, you gotta at least like be decent at Azir. And he definitely did everything he needed to do in that game.
Hey, you look, all I'll say is the Shy didn't win the Azir top game. Mommy's guy did win the Azir top game. And that just looked, I mean, you know, it's late in the evening. We're probably, you know, everyone's probably a little bit fatigued, but if you are Moonstone Gaming and you just stomped a team that hard that made it into semifinals, you know, it is best of one, so, you know, things kind of can be a little coin flippy, but, you know, you just stomped the team in semifinals extremely hard. That is a massive ego boost going into the grand finals, especially like this is the team, again, beat our fourth seed, beat one of the better, you know, one of the better teams, probably one of the expected teams to try to really, you know, do a lot in lock-in, and that was just overall an absolute clinic. I'm bets on Blitzcrank being banned, Elsa.
You know, we'll have to see. I mean, maybe the team who is going to go against them, which we know who it is going to be. I had a big smile on my face for a reason, so because it is going to be ID Frozen coming in against Moonstone Gaming. So maybe they're a little bit more you know, confident in their ability to sidestep these things, or maybe they just pick champions like Aatrox that if they grab them in, you know, come up, bring me on in, you know.
Yeah.
Anyways, so
we'll have to
also,
see.
can I just respond to the fact that it says has yet to get a pentakill above my name and just say I have gotten a pentakill? Okay, and if you need video evidence, I can maybe give it after this stream. So, anyways, just wanted to get that clear before we go to a break.
You know what? Hey, I respect it. I respect it. Well, that game was absolutely insane. We still have our grand finals coming up. We will be back with that in just a few short minutes. Don't you go anywhere. This is going to be an absolute banger.
slightest chance of changing the path in which our world is taking slow. It makes sense that the smallest little voice can make the loudest noise. And if they try to tell me my own fate, I'll turn it around, won't hesitate. What's the point of tomorrow if it's a future missing you?
Bring it on, cause I'm just gonna grow up in the battle, A. Gonna let the darkness keep on burning my fire. Ain't nobody gonna stop me. I gotta stop this nightmare, because I'm dreaming of my future. Past, future, present is the world that we live in. I ain't scared of my past, because tomorrow keeps approaching fast. I'm screaming out from my pride.
Now I need you to wipe away your tears. The time has come to face our fears. To know
I'm never falling down, I'll keep on sailing. Now this is my destiny.
defy the world to make you smile. If it keeps you around a while, don't
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. This is Grand Finals of the CCS Summer Split Wednesday Platinum League Lock-In Tournament. And the two teams that have made it all the way from the first round to now are ID Frozen and Moonstone Gaming. They've been featured on stream already. They've both done quite admirably against some very strong opponents. So I think we're going to get some absolute haymakers here. And just one last time, if you're just tuning in, I am Thunder, and I am joined by Elsa the Queen, not to be confused with ID Frozen's top laner, Elsa from Frozen.
Yeah, Thunder, I'm still excited to be here again and to be subbed in here, Sultan halfway across the world. And so, needed to get to sleep. So we definitely salute him there. And it's really just my pleasure to be able to, be here as a part of this one. And what we see from my perspective, at least, on both sides of this bracket, as we do see these bans already starting to come through, is, a little bit of a totally flip stories on each side. Moonstone Gaming coming in as the 2 seed, they get their bye, they win their games pretty convincingly in the second and third round, and here they are in the finals. Frozen also looks like they, we saw them win convincingly against Dorado as well on stream, but the 11th seeded team in this tournament, so not necessarily who we would have expected to be here in the end, unless you're me, who's a huge fan of course, my namesake Elsa from Frozen, but not everyone is quite that elite. But as we see the bands coming through here, I know I've talked for a long time, but I just want to say Aatrox question mark. That's it.
I mean, it could be pretty good. No Aatrox ban, no Blitzcrank ban. We do see the Udyr and the Senna ban, so that was taken away from Moonstone Gaming's draft. ID Frozen, they did pick up Lilia in their previous games that looked pretty good. So I'm gonna be interested to see what this first pick is. They're definitely holding out on us, but looks like it's going to be the Trundle first pick. Personally, I'm a fan of it. At Amateur Worlds, Trundle had super high priority as soon as that durability patch hit. So it is still an absolute monster of a champion in the jungle, or potentially still in the top lane.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that for me, when I see the number of jungle bans coming out, specifically the Lily and the Volibear, those are the two champions that Nubly has played so far in this lock-in tournament. Same thing over on the other side with the Udyr being banned out. That is all that Moonstone has played, but it looks like maybe after having played against that Kindred,
No.
Gaushu is, feeling like, it didn't do very well, but I can show everybody, how to actually make it happen. Also against this Trundle, melee champions tend to struggle against Trundle because he has that ability to stick on you with the Q and then the ultimate as well. So Kindred wants to kite around him and keep that space in between. So I do like that choice from Moonstone here.
Yeah, and they do also pick up now the Lux that performed so well in the last game. We'll have to see where that's going. Again, Zovok, I'm trusting my pronunciation. I'm sticking with it. Zovok performed really, really well on it. The roots it seemed like they were just point and click CC. It seemed like there wasn't any travel time at all, and did pretty well on it. But again, it is still a perfectly fine option for support if Alan does not want to bring up the Blitzcrank. And ID Frozen, they now pick up the Corki. We saw the Azir in the last game. It went in the top lane. We could be getting a Corki Azir game again. I mean, I don't know. I don't think we've seen it yet, but we could get Corki Azir, and I know we're all super excited about that.
Yeah, absolutely. More of that scaling fun, which, it really is what is strong in this meta right now. We've heard a lot of people kind of complain about how slow in particular LCS has sort of been in these games, and Corki is a big reason for that. It is something that they picked up, Frozen picked up against Dorado as well. Watercat has been playing these scaling mage type champions. Corki is a marksman, but technically definitely thinking of it more so as this mage bringing that magic damage and that scaling through. And speaking of that sort of scaling AoE damage here, the Misfortune also going to bring similar things to the table and more long range long range and range champions here from Moonstone Gaming. Super squishy lineup. This is what they've kind of come through with both games so far, and they've gotten away with it, but I'm really hoping that we'll see Frozen challenge that a little bit more here.
Yeah, I mean, Trundle is more than happy to just walk up to you, especially on like the Jhin and the Lux, and just start chomping away. So I do think though I'm expecting Frozen to draft some more hard engage. I guess something like Leona Misfortune, maybe not like Nautilus Misfortune, maybe just really anything that can just get in there and mess with Moonstone Gaming is kind of just what I want to see. I want to see these teams fight. I want to see them go at it. I want okay. I'm gonna say I want blood, but like we had a lot of blood last game, but it was like one sided. I want like
Sure.
even blood for everybody. We want egalitarian blood, going across the rift, right? We can't just be hoarding the kills,
Right.
We got to
Yeah.
keep it all even.
It's not about the number of kills, it's about the quality of the kills, right?
Exactly.
They have to be in these
Exactly.
kind of closer situations. And, so as we go into the second round of bans, looking at what is taken away from the top lane, Kale taken away, there's been the game prior to this one for Moonstone was a Kale game for the top lane. Then we saw this year. So, with Riven and Aatrox being banned out on the opposite side, Aatrox the most played for Elsa, and then Riven definitely something that he's put in a lot of time on recently as
Mhm.
well. Not so much actually post durability patch. So actually, I think that's kind of a terrible ban, to be honest. To be completely honest, but with that being said, Riven a hard champion to play against. And another GP, just another one of those safe top laners. What we saw, from the Azir, Kale, GP, all of these sort of top laners that just want to sit back and not interact throughout the lane phase, which is the exact opposite of Elsa's champion pool, which wants to get in your face. Things like the Aatrox, things like the Ribbon. Darius is still available as well. He played
Yeah.
Set in the first round. So lots of these fighter champions left. And so it'll be interesting to see where they put this last pick, because the Lux is presumably mid lane. Yep.
Yes, it is. Hit the nail on the head. So that's the Renata Glass picked up. So now that does, I mean, if you're ID Frozen, I guess that does kind of adjust the way you want to do your drafts. I was honestly thinking, Set, Trundle, Corki, Misfortune doesn't seem like the worst comp, depending on what support you put in along with the Leona. But I will say it is a bold choice if ID Frozen picked the Leona into the Renata Glass, and assuming that they give her a dive buddy to go in alongside that.
Oh yeah, definitely. I very much agree with you on that, and so it will be Elsa having to have this blind pick. But
Mhm.
going back to sort of the point about the Leona, I like this Renata Glass pick because it's sort of anticipating something
Yeah.
like the Nautilus, which we saw the last time Frozen was on the stream, or something like the Leona, because Renata just thrives in these counter engaged situations. And with the number of squishy champions that Moonstone has picked up, that is the game that they want to play. They just want to play to be able to kite and get away. And you predicted it. The set is going to come
Yeah.
through again. Does it is something that has some counter picks, but can be relatively safe in lane. And then Ornn coming through, so
Ooh.
that'll be interesting because unlike the Ornn Azir lane, set is definitely going to try to be more aggressive in lane.
Right.
And Ornn, it's definitely a lane that Ornn can get through, but also if the set's able to take some advantages, it starts to get pretty rough.
Yeah, especially if that Trundle comes up and pays a visit and the pillar pops up.
Right.
I've played my fair share of set games where, the orange just not quite. They use their dash in on the wave, and then that's all set needs to just start hammering away. But at the same time, I'm worried. It's set into Renata Glass is it's if the set is playing well and getting ahead, it's brutal for your teammates once you get hit with that hostile takeover. Like, it is not fun to be the Corki or the Misfortune that gets turned on by your own set.
Yeah, and I think that I will give a lot of credit here to Moonstone Gaming with that Renata pick again, because I think it kind of pigeonholed Frozen into this situation where they feel probably obligated to pick hard engage into this sort
Yeah.
of team comp, but they also know that, like, this champion is directly countering hard engage. But I just really don't think you have a choice, because
Yeah.
what we saw in the last game by the way, I got confirmation that Moonstone Gaming's mid laner, her name is pronounced Ovo.
Ovo.
So that is what she wants to go by, according to No Attack. So hopefully I said it correctly. But anyways, get with that out of the way. Ovo just totally untouched in the last game, which
Right.
that cannot happen again if Frozen wants to be able to take this one away. They have to have a little bit more pressure and engage, which they do have on the table with the set, Trundle, and Leona.
Yeah, exactly. It's a pretty good meatball comp, and of course, Set does have the perfect delivery system to get into the back line, which is just taking the Ornn and slamming it down onto 4 fairly squishy members. So we could see some of that big wombo combo, just press the R buttons at the right time from Frozen, and then Moonstone Gaming just don't have time to react. But I mean, Elsa, I do want to say, I know you have your love for Frozen. I know you do, but I'm asking you for just a brief moment to put that to the side and give me your objective opinion. Who is going to be the CCS Summer Split Wednesday lock-in champion?
Well, like you said, I am definitely biased in this situation, and I think both of these team compositions are strong. When I think about a lot of times, especially in these final situations, I want to think about it from a scaling angle. And both teams actually have really strong scaling. The thing that I think could be the X factor in this game, based on what I saw earlier in the tournament, is Watercat, though, on this Corki. Later in the game, if they can push it to that level 16, 3 items, he's just absolutely going to shred through everybody on the team but the Ornn, and I don't know that hard engage or counter engage, or rather the counter engage from Renata will be able to counter that. So I'm still gonna pick ID Frozen. Definitely the underdogs coming up, playing one whole more game than Moonstone 11th seed, but Moonstone obviously looking really good as well. Can't doubt our own no attack. So excited to see what happens. But I can't, I can try to be unbiased, but I can't waver from my ethical beliefs, Thunder.
Of course,
But how about
I
you? I
fully
mean, do you
understand.
want to give a prediction, since that you're this, holier than thou, unbiased caster
What?
here?
Hey, I never said that. I never said that. Look, there's a set. There's a set on ID Frozen. Okay, look, any longtime CCS member knows how much I love my set. But I will say, we saw Moonstone Gaming just absolutely smash the last game. I'm a huge fan of Renata Glass into something like Leona and Set. I'm not doing this just to oppose you. I'm not doing this to contradict you, Elsa, but I got a good feeling about Moonstone Gaming taking this one home. But we will have to see. The casters disagree. I'm sure there's a prediction already up in the chat. If you haven't done it already, do it now. I'm sure I'm going to get to that one late again. But we will go once more for our final spectator delay before we get into grand finals. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and we are back, and we are into the action here in just a little bit. I mean, Elsa, I do have to say, hold before anything too crazy happens. It doesn't like we're getting anything. That's just a 5-point fan. I heard that somebody paid us a compliment that the CCS casters were great, and that some other casters looked like they played card games in real life. Now, I don't know if any of you viewers at home pay attention to what's going on behind me, but literally I have a whole shelf that just consists of the pieces of cardboard I use to play card games in person. So, like, you know, just watch how you're insulting people, okay?
Yeah.
It can be backhanded compliments at times.
Yeah, solidarity with terrible casters everywhere for sure. Definitely. Was that the point? Sorry.
That's not what I... No, that's
Oh,
not
my
what I...
bad. My bad. No,
Goodness
sorry.
gracious, Elsa.
Yeah, absolutely. No, just kidding. Absolutely, definitely support all casters, you know, aspiring in this great profession that we are in. But you know, luckily we get to joke around about this stuff because both teams are not wanting to take any early risks. Just hanging out in their jungles. But I did, looking at the summoner spells, you know, early on, one surprise for me here is seeing the Kindred taking Ghost. Not something that we typically see, just because, you know, Kindred is that kind of squishy, vulnerable character who often does need to flash away. You know, her Q does have, you know, provide a good amount of mobility as well. And the Ghost definitely allowing her to kite around Nubily on this Trundle, which is what they want to do. And right away early on with this top lane, just what we expect is that this set is going to bully the Ornn. So it's going to be a question of how well Mommy's guy can survive through the lane phase. Not as easy to do it on Ornn as something like the Azir.
Yeah, it will be, you know, this is, you know, kind of the other side of the matchup, and it's not the exact same matchup, but we'll have to see if Mommy's guy is as proficient. I mean, you know, the top side of the map is literally just, you know, what they played against in the last game. So, you know, it looks like Moonstone Gamer just decided, hey, you know what? We saw what you did and we can do it better. But Ovo, that is already, I mean, this is the second time now chunking out the enemy mid laner down to half just really early once that level 2 hits.
Yeah, definitely some nice Lux play early on. We would expect that to continue because that is what we saw last time. But right now, the Kindred coming down, and this is not a well-timed engage.
No, Allen is trying to go forward, gets the handshake as well as the exhaust. Dallas has taken so much, has to flash over the wall, managed to get out alive, and Mommy's guy is now getting chunked out. This is exactly what we were talking about. The Trundle and the set together is too much to handle. First blood goes over to Nubily.
And yeah, and I mean, the difference there, honestly, not that Mommy's guy could have made a comparable play, but Dallas with just a super good flash over the wall. That's just like a max kind of distance that he could possibly go. Yes, they did get caught out by the gank, but it was pretty unpredictable pathing, I would say. Looking at the camps that are down for the Gaoshu, it looks like he went red into Wolves, Gromp, and then bot lane. So pretty creative pathing there, but doesn't end up netting anything. On the other side, however, Trundle, you know, just Nubily just running up there and getting it done, and that's just so difficult for Mommy's guy here on this Ornn, because Ornn even wanting to use his E as the escape tool to dash out if he even had leveled it, but Trundle can even put up the pillar to stop it. So this is just a really hard duo to get away from, and even though you would have preferred to get the kill onto the set, getting out of the Trundle is fine, and the flash is down, so repeat.
He is here. I mean, the teleport wasn't used, so, you know, that's kind of the saving grace. These turret shots are coming through. We saw some greed last time. Elsa from Frozen on this set. Takes a lot of damage. The grit stacked all the way up there. Briefly goes golden, but not in that way. He managed to get out alive. I mean, that is 2 kills now for Nubily. This Trundle is going to have a pretty good buy on the way back.
Yeah, and does TP back. Nubily is going to go back to the base to spend that gold. It looks like Elsa is going to be able to save his, though.
Gaoshu wants some of this. The Zenith Blade goes through it, briefly delays the jungler, but there we see the Kindred picks up a kill. Finally, a trade on the opposite side of the map. And this is the action that I wanted, Elsa. These junglers are making it happen. They are not scared of anyone.
Yeah, both junglers trading on opposite sides of the map, really owning, you know, those respective strong sides that both of them have. And, you know, it's very clear from the draft that that would be the case here. And we kind of see some of the flaws with this Misfortune and Leona duo here, because Leona's going in, providing some CC so that Dallas can put down that burst. But after that happens, Dallas is just going to be left out to dry every single time. Renata, getting that root once again, and Flash, of course, still on cooldown for the Misfortune. So Dallas maybe just going to need a little bit more help from his team, a little bit more peel if he wants to be effective in this game, even with the fancy flashes coming through.
It's not, it's no Ezreal, not nearly as mobile,
Right.
so they will have to be careful. But up here on the top side of the map, again, Mommy's guy has no flash once again. Elsa from Frozen is on the chase down. Those right hooks from Set really start stacking up on the damage, but the corrupting pots from Mommy's guy are definitely keeping them alive. Gao Xiao and Alan, they are coming down here. They want more. The flash handshake is pretty solid here. Dallas gets exhausted. Sokarch is on the chase now, though. They're running him back. They're running him away. The pillar comes through. Nubly has arrived. The chomp goes down onto Alanin. Looks like they're going to get a kill. They get a root onto the Renata, and she goes down. Nubly goes on a killing spree. Has the shutdown gold, but doesn't get got for it. Gao Xiao and Noah Talk, they are underneath the turret. They're coming out as Ovo comes to make a play. The stun comes down onto Noah Talk, and the Jin falls. Trundle is trying to survive, but will go down in the alcove, and Gao Xiao now is under pressure from Dallas. Who's going to get the kill first? It will be Gao Xiao, and all of a sudden it turns into a horror. Ovo picks up the next kill. That's 3 in the bottom lane, but 2 go over to the red team.
And the ghost pickup from Kindred that we talked about early in the game is so critical for Gao Xiao. They're able to kite out that fight in the end. We saw exactly why he took it, jumping in and out of the bush there to play with the vision, which was so annoying for Dallas on this MF, trying to land those auto attacks, especially with such low attack speed that you take on this champion. So just really a lot of different things going on there from the Kindred that are impressive to watch with that extra move speed. And Moonstone Gaming, finally now, they've had other things happen for them in this game, but as a team, kind of getting an opportunity to show why they were seated so high as far as the mechanics that these players have, and just the team play that they're displaying right now.
They are showing so much coordination, which, really felt, in part felt like why they won their previous game so handily, is that they played together as a team. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, and it's showing fruition now so far. That said, it's 8 minutes into a game. It's still literally anything can happen.
Frozen is in the gold lead, technically.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's not like they're all of a sudden super far ahead, but they have now been able to catch back up. They were briefly down, not too much. So Mommy's guy wants to go and gets a little bit of knockup from Elsa from Frozen, and once again, these unstoppables are coming through, relieving the stuns. That is the big cooldown burn. Once the haymaker goes down, that's when you try to go in. The flash now burned from Elsa from Frozen. The ult is still up, but once the W goes down, that is the sign for everyone everywhere to come in and engage.
Yeah, and Nubly going to come up here to make sure that there's no dive, because this is just such a big wave for Elsa. Cannot miss it. With the Trundle there, though, probably some degree of suspicion for Gao Xiao there, not wanting to get into that 2v2 situation, but it is both junglers here holding the vast majority of the resources. 3 kills for each of them picked up, neither of them finishing an item quite yet, but they're probably not too far away.
Yeah, Ovo trying to get something, trying to escape, is managing to get, and does manage to get Nubly, who went a little bit too aggro underneath the turret. Watercat Valkyries over the wall. Gao Xiao tries to follow, but doesn't look like you're going to be able to get the chase down. We have seen so much aggression underneath these turrets. I know there was a nerf to that turret damage, but it was not that big of a nerf. Gao Xiao now forces the flash out of Watercat. Watercat stuck around a little bit, picks up the last few Raptors, but these are important cooldowns that are getting burned in the solo lanes for the side of ID Frozen.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and just this continues to just be an absolutely fantastic tournament from Ovo, especially on this Lux that we've seen in the last couple of games, just purely outplaying that as a 1v2. And for Nubly there, you feel so strong as a Trundle, having picked up those 3 kills, but without actually any sort of tank stats built.
Oh, Alanin does use the bailout, but it does not matter. I will say that was a bold use of the flash from Sokarch, but hey, you know what? It got the kill. Now we see the curtain call. This is maximum range. None of the shots have hit yet. There's the first one, and there's the Lux ultimate. Sokarch does fall to the fourth shot. Ovo again. These ultimates are setting up the rest of the team now to get the kills. Dallas and Nubly, they're taking a ton of damage. The pillar comes through and provides their escape, but again, it turns around in the favor of Moonstone Gaming.
Yeah, and once again, just sort of the coordination for Moonstone Gaming to have the, Jin on the one side, fire, opening up the curtain call for some zoning, but hold on, I'm going to stop.
Oh no, Elsa from Frozen just gets deleted.
Yep. Yeah, so that should not necessarily happen. But I was going to say for quite a while here, actually, Mommy's Guy has been winning these trades against the set, which is definitely a little bit surprising. But it seems like the Bramble Vest has just been such a big pickup for him there. Really cutting through, or rather, not allowing that set to, have as much healing coming through. And also just doing more damage. So, as an Ornn enjoyer myself, it's definitely a familiar sight, against some of these melee champions that just feel like they should be able to free farm against you constantly, and the damage just creeps up, and Mommy's Guy just making a nice play there. Also from Frozen, though, he is able to TP back, so minimizes his losses outside of the 300.
Yeah, I will say, the durability patch was nice to, it was nice to a lot of champions. It didn't really ever feel nice to set. Dude feels so squishy these days. But once again, we are getting another gank from Gaoxiao down here on the bottom side of the map. Sokarch has to use the ultimate defensively, but they might be able to turn it around. That is a ton of damage from the bullet time. The Lambs Spike comes through, is maybe going to keep them alive long enough. The healing from it will make sure that nothing else too crazy happens. But that was almost a phenomenal turn from Dallas and Sokarch, and a great job at keeping themselves alive.
And Sokarch just, I think, needs a little bit more discipline right now as far as, knowing when there's the safety to step forward and look for these engages on Leona, and when they just need to sit back and farm. But Nubly's also in trouble, it looks like, possibly.
Hold on, the turret does come down. They might be able to get the turn here. Alanin falls. Notok goes over the wall to try to get out. And there she blows. Watercat manages to take down another one. This Corki is turning scary. Ovo's about to fall to Dallas. That's 4 kills all of a sudden. Mommy's Guy, the only one left standing for Moonstone Gaming.
And they are going to even pick up the Dragon as well on the back end. Elsa from Frozen just, safely farming away, or maybe safely farming away under the turret here in the top lane. But that was huge for ID Frozen here. They needed to pick up those bounties, and Dallas is the perfect person to have picked up that 500 gold bounty on the Lux. That's a total of 800 gold going into the pocket of the Misfortune, who has played this game really, really well despite the amount of aggression that's been targeted towards this bot lane.
Yeah, Dallas was, did end up in the CCS last split, came in covering for Ulvarik, and I mean, honestly, was one of our better ADCs. I believe, if I remember correctly, was in the All-Star list, or was at least very high up, and is showing that competence, and is showing just what exactly that means. So happy to see that happening. This Misfortune has just been absolutely crazy. So, but again, that said, we keep saying this. The gold lead is just like buoying back and forth. I'd be very interested to see the gold graph after this game.
Right, and I think, when either of these teams starts to fall behind, they do feel okay with it, just in that they are able to scale and continue, getting stronger in this game. The Ornn obviously eventually will have those ornaments coming through, and, the Kindred continuing to pick up marks. Lux is really, really good at extending the game by just pushing out those waves with the Final Spark over and over again. And then the other side, like I talked about with Watercat and the Corki, so just lots of scaling on both sides. I think these teams are, okay giving these small leads over here and there. But eventually, obviously, it will get a little bit more serious, especially as the death timers start to get longer and as more of these dragons, go down and one of the teams can threaten a soul. Watercat.
Hey, very wise. We've seen plenty of players today clear out that wave and then just push forward blindly. Watercat says, no, I know my limits. I don't have a wave. There's no reason for me to push farther up. So they back off like a responsible Corki. I love to see it.
And look at...
Ovo, the turret is down. The root comes in. The Misfortune Ultimate over the top. Allen is here. Ovo doesn't fall. The shutdown comes through from the hostile takeover, and it looked so good so briefly. And now once again, the tide just keep turning.
And they force forward for that turret. What I was going to say before this fight breaks out is, look at how Lux is able to one hit the wave with her ult, and then just, her E as well, which is just going to prevent them from walking under, but they do decide to force it. And, after that, it seems like maybe they could have had the opportunity to get out. Otherwise, a turret at 1 HP like that, sure, it's annoying. You want to get it down, but it's standing gold on the map. You're probably going to pick that one up at some point, especially given that their own mid lane turret is still sitting fairly healthy. So what I wanted to talk about just before this fits right in, which is probably something that I harp on too much about, but it's when we get to these points, like a finals with these better teams, we start to see the discipline that they can display. You talked about with Watercat not walking up to the bush, getting caught out, and it's going to be those differences in the discipline that you have that make big differences in these kind of important matchups, especially in a best of one that's so volatile.
Yeah, and Mommy's guy now pushed a little bit too far forward, but I can hardly blame him. The turret was basically at full health, goes down the bailout procs, but Mommy's guy is not going to be able to get the kill to pull it back out from the grave. And Alanin now currently alone on the top side. Notok comes up to join. We see Gaoxiao on that Kindred coming up as well. The ultimate used just to get down Alanin. Elsa from Frozen flashes forward, but is now going to be taking these turret shots, gets a good W down, uses up all that grid. This is going to be a tier 2 turret unless this curtain call can make something happen, but Sokarch is just tanking it up. Gaoxiao has arrived now on this Kindred, but this is a 4v2 up here. I don't know how aggressive they want to be. There we see the Leona go in. Sokarch is so bold. Ovo now has arrived. TPs are coming in. This team fight just keeps going, and the set pulls the Jhin out of the ultimate. Gaoxiao falls as well. Mommy's guy gets here too late after respawning. The ultimate is burned for nothing. And ID Frozen, it's their turn to get the kills, and Watercat's going to do their best to take down this turret.
Watercat taking down the turret. As we go into this replay here, we can see how Sokarch hasn't been afraid all game long. On this Leona, flashes out of the Lux ultimate from Ovo to stay alive initially, and then they are able to take the fight. Great engage from Elsa from Frozen. Even though Gaoshu is able to get the Lamb's Respite down, we are able to see how well Set does counter that with the Showstopper just taking no attack right out to his doom. And now we are going to have the Dragon coming up, so action continues here for us, Thunder.
Yeah, and pretty important ultimate cooldowns have been burned. The Lamb's Respite is down, the Call of the Forge God is down, the Curtain Call is down. All of the ultimate cooldowns for the side of ID Frozen have pretty much all come back up. Elsa from Frozen, the only one is the Showstopper. And, there we see the final spark, a little bit too early. There very briefly, I saw that it said 48 on there after the smite. So there was a world where the steal happens, but it was not this one. But it's not like either team has been super, successful in stacking dragons. These neutral objectives have been going back and forth. But now, for the first time this game, it feels like we have an actually considerable gold league. Just a little bit over 4,000 for the side of ID Frozen.
Yeah, and they are going to face check into this river here with the Rift Herald currently being taken.
Oh boy.
Face check again.
Yeah, Mommy's guy definitely just on the auto pathing, walks right into the set. There we see the hostile takeover. Gives them a little bit of time to disengage, but it turns them right onto Ovo. The final spark again has already been used. The root goes wide. That is a lot of damage coming down, but the Leona is the one that picks up the kill. And in the meantime, Set was wailing away onto Mommy's guy. That Ornn is quite weak, and that puts Moonstone Gaming on the retreat.
Yeah, and I don't even think that Watercat was there for that. It seems like he started, or it seems like the roam started up from the Corki, but then stopped. So,
Here's the Call of the Forge God. Now they want the engage. Gaoxiao is here, but doesn't have the Lamb's Respite, and so falls very, very quickly. There we see the Showstopper. That is a huge dunk. The Ornn is the juiciest target for it. And again, the bailout does nothing. That's a triple kill from Elsa. These top laners, it has been a top lane show so far these last few games, and they are continuing to make it exciting.
and you can hold him down for a while, but you can't keep him down forever with Elsa claiming the triple kill there. Definitely, you know, doing his work in the team fights with the engage from the set, which, you know, is what you want to see from your top laner in the world that you don't end up hard winning lane, still bringing through that utility and just remaining steadfast. So you know, nice to see. And for Moonstone Gaming, they're just definitely on the back foot here, which is not what they want from this composition, because that they're so long range with that poke, which is great. But if you don't have the vision to be able to position yourself in the jungle, see your opponents, to be able to get that poke down to begin with, you just get run over every single time. As we have seen some, you know, multiple member face breakers here from Elsa, and as well as Sokar coming in with the Leona engages. So these compositions, if you can get ahead and stay ahead on what Moonstone has been playing, is optimal. And I think that they're betting on themselves a little bit with their skill, but here in the finals, of course, is when you should be meeting your match.
Yeah, and one thing that, you know, I've noticed repeatedly is that Alanin will either won't be there to get the hostile takeover down, or will use the hostile takeover not necessarily too early, but will be forced to use it defensively or before Elsa and Sokar actually go in on their full-on engage. And so it hasn't really proven as effective against this, you know, pretty heavy, hardcore dive engage comp as we've seen in the past. So I think once Alanin can get a couple of those good ultimates, I say once because I'm assuming that we're probably going to get one or two solid ones. I think that can definitely turn the team fights around. But like for now, Elsa from Frozen, every single ultimate has just seemed really, really strong. Either just picking up the Ornn and dunking into the back line, or, I mean, honestly, I didn't even think about being able to use the Showstopper to take the carries out of the Lamb's Respite and say, all right, you know what? No, you don't get protected. No more babysitting for you. You're coming with me.
Yeah, and, you know, we still do have to think about, with these members getting caught out from Moonstone in the past, it has been, I think, the difference between the last two games. There's a lot of differences between the two teams that Moonstone has faced here, but one of the big ones for me is that, you know, Lux they have been able to catch out Ovo and make sure that Lux doesn't get to do whatever she wants forever. The flash is back up, so she can avoid some of this engage. The game's not over.
Yeah, here we see, there's the hostile takeover. This is pretty much exactly what you wanted, but the set comes through, the Showstopper comes in, and the Lamb's Respite doesn't do enough. 3 fall very quickly. The wave is extremely thin. Noah Talk and Ovo are the only ones left standing. This turret will be left standing for the time being, but once again, ID Frozen, even when the team fight, I mean, that seemed like the team fight Moonstone Gaming wanted. They had the hostile takeover, they had the turret there, and ID Frozen just said, hey, you know what? We are still going to kill everything. They have a 9,000 gold lead. They're going for the Baron.
And ID Frozen knows exactly what they need to do in these situations, which is force these team fights with your Leona and Set, who are so good at doing that. They don't care that you're good at clearing the minions. They don't care that you're good at doing long range damage, because they're just going to be right up in your face already. And that is when Moonstone starts to struggle. Lux wasn't even really able to make it into this fight. Oh,
that's a shutdown for Ovo. 600 gold.
Can we just talk about how Dallas was the one? All right, Nubily, you better be right now to check right now for Dallas. I don't know how much, you know, money you have, but it's all going to the MF here, because he saved him. So, and they are going to get the dragon here off the other side. So, you know, basically what that means is that a soul is not going to happen unless this goes into ultra late game, which probably is a win condition at this point if you are Moonstone. But for, you know, not necessarily super relevant to what Frozen needs to do in order to finish this one out.
Yeah, exactly. They're feeling pretty good. It is only 4 members with the Baron.
True. The set not having it is pretty annoying, actually, because he's obviously going to be the one that you want in the side lane, has the TP up as well to join. Yep. So they really would have liked Elsa to have that one. But, you know, it is what it is. I think Baron for 1 overall is definitely worthwhile. Again, you know, was the shutdown goal going through as well for the Lux, who does have, you know, 2.5 items completed. But if they can use the Baron to finish this one out, then obviously it will be worth it.
Yeah, it always is. It always is. But Ovo, again, this Lux, I don't think we can ever count her out on this Lux. She's performed extremely well in these past 2 games. Still at 3, 2, and 5, despite getting pretty consistently targeted. So we see Gaoxiao just can't even go into their own jungle. They're not even going to risk it. They're not even going to try to get that farm going up until they can start getting those wards peeking out. So again, lots of discipline, lots of respect for that. And hold on, they're really trying to get this kill onto Nubali. Here comes the Oran Horn. The hostile takeover completely goes wide. The fight got so split so quickly. The damage is coming through. That was a massive W, and Mommy's guy is getting so weak. Here comes the curtain call. The HP bars are low, but Watercat is behind him. The flashes come out, but it just doesn't matter. The rockets are here. Alanin gets hit with his own bailout, and it doesn't matter. That's the clean ace. This is a Baron buff. ID frozen in 25 minutes. They are going to be your CCS Wednesday lock-in champions.
And hold on, wait. Who did I say was going to be the difference maker at the end of the day? I can't remember. Was it Watercat maybe on the court? No, he really was just cleaning up. But really awesome game. I loved being able to see that Thunder. I had a ton of fun with that one, and in the end, it is Frozen able to just, crush out that last fight using the Baron buff to get into the base. And I will say that, of course, I'm biased, but Elsa from Frozen doing an excellent job to be able to get in there, and start these team fights. Nubly buying a ton of time and a ton of space there at the end. But, these showstoppers coming through, pretty impressive to watch. And definitely a fun tournament overall. I'm really happy that I got to be a part of it.
Same here. That was an absolute blast. Teams, these games, we had the range. We had some really close, tight games. We had an absolute blowout. We had this one, which just was so back and forth. I mean, until it very clearly wasn't. So, I mean, ID Frozen, they came in, you said 11th seed. They performed so well. And I mean, when we're going into the regular season, this is now this is enemy number 1. They now have the target on their backs. I see the light has returned to you, Elsa. We can see you again.
Yes.
But no,
yes. The light is returned. Frozen won the Wednesday lock-in tournament. Hallelujah. Join me in prayer in the CCS Discord.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get some new copy pastas going. But I think, and of course, Moonstone Gaming, they still made it 2 finals. They're still certainly a team to watch out for. Maybe the Blitzcrank would have been the way to go in this final game. But either way, I am more than happy, more than excited to see this. The drafts were exciting. The drafts were fun. I don't know why we had so much Lilia priority this tournament. Maybe it'll persist, but Elsa, I mean, we have more tomorrow and Friday. Elsa, did you know that the CCS is no longer just a Plat League?
What?
We are also
serious?
Yeah, it's amazing. We've expanded into Diamond. We have a Friday Diamond lock-in tournament as well, and we have a Thursday lock-in tournament tomorrow. I'm super excited. Do you know who's
I got a lot of work to do then. That's that's a lot. That's in 2 days. I didn't know. Okay. Well, we'll figure it out. Well,
indeed we will. I mean, look, I think it's in 2 days. I would assume it's on Friday. If it's not, hey, you know what? Maybe it is.
It
Okay,
is.
all right.
Hey,
look.
we'll be back tomorrow and Friday at the same times. Yes, to be completely clear.
There we go. But thank you all so much for coming out and watching this evening. It was an absolute blast. Thank you to the Doris for the wonderful raid. We absolutely appreciate it. Elsa, any final words before we sign off for tonight?
I just want to thank everybody for coming out to watch CCS. It's always an honor to have all of you fans here. Thank you to all the subscribers and all the followers as well. We really appreciate it. Shout out to Mr. Fantastic, who did a fantastic job on the producing tonight as well. Definitely MVP, and we couldn't do it without him too. So gotta get that shout out.
Indeed. Well, thank you all, as we said, for coming out and watching. This has been Thunder and Elsa, as well as our wonderful producer, Mr. Fantastic, and all the staff that ran this tournament and the wonderful teams as well. Again, tomorrow and Friday, 8 p.m., same time, same place, if you want to catch more CCS action. Until then, be safe, be smart, make wise decisions, and farewell.